Chapter 159. But I can't guarantee that you'll be able to learn it. Tongua added after the two agreed. Moz and little Pomelo nodded immediately. All right, Master Tongua. Let me tell you about the origin of the Cursed Clan first. The Cursed Clan wasn't originally part of the original race in the land of Baki. They migrated here from Hell. It seems that they chose the wrong side during the battle for His Excellency. After they knew His Excellency was born, they migrated to Baki to avoid being exterminated. At that time, the situation in Baki was very unstable. There were also two major forces competing for the throne of His Excellency. Speaking of which, this clan is quite miserable. In order to gain a foothold in Baki, they chose to rely on one of the two forces after evaluating their strength. However, they chose the wrong team. The force they relied on was defeated in the end, and almost all of them were wiped out. By the way, the leader of the other force was Liu Yan, the current king of Baki, who had just passed away. Tongua sighed in his heart when he thought of the king of Baki, who treated him well. Was the cursed clan annihilated too? The two of them asked curiously. And, logically speaking, they should have been wiped out. But that's not necessarily the case. It said that there were a few people who luckily survived and escaped to the Arctic abyss together with the defeated forces. Of course, I'm not sure if it's true or not, because I was cultivating a divine technique during that period of time and went into seclusion for a long time. The Arctic abyss! The two of them immediately opened the map and pulled it to the south. However, since they had never been there before, the map only showed the river under the burial ground. The area below was covered by the map's fog. So, if you really want to learn the abilities of the Cursed Clan, you have to ask them. If there are any survivors, they must have escaped to the Arctic abyss. Otherwise, they won't be able to stay in other areas of Baki. However, I have to remind you that the Arctic abyss is considered a forbidden place in Baki. This place is very strange. It's located on top of a geothermal volcano, but the glaciers haven't melted for hundreds of thousands of years. Instead, it's covered in snow all year round. Moreover, it's said that the birth of the Arctic abyss is related to the Ice Snow Clan, a force under the first king of Baki. In short, it's not a good place. Besides, even if those defeated forces really hide in the Arctic abyss, there's a high chance that they'll be destroyed by the Ice Snow Clan. So, you guys should think about it carefully. Since you guys are immortal anyway, it's okay to go and have some fun. However, if you meet the Ice Snow Clan, don't provoke them. If their leader is still alive, he might have reached the Ghost Emperor realm. If he's really angry, he might overturn the whole of Baki. I've told you everything I know. Do you have any thoughts? Tongua looked at the two of them and asked. Let's go. Tongua waved his hand when he saw their stubborn attitude. He seemed to be afraid that they would trouble him again if they could not find the Cursed Clan. If you really can't find it, don't be discouraged. Once you're strong enough, you can head to the Hell region to take a look. There are many races there that possess the power of the Hell Dao. Both of them nodded again. After bowing respectfully to Tongua, they turned to the door and climbed out through the window. Tongua was speechless. That's not right. How did they know that I know the origin of the Cursed Clan? Tongua covered his crotch and felt that something was not right. In the outside world, the players' activities were still going on. At this time, millions of players suddenly landed on the outskirts of the North Rocks through teleportation. They then advanced toward the interior of the North Rocks. Faced with the crazy influx of players, the Rock Ghost King's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stopped his subordinates, who were ready to launch an attack. Calm down. Let them be crazy for a while. They'll leave soon. Just as the Rock Ghost King had said, the players surrounded an area in a frenzy for a while before they began to retreat while giggling. Lord Rock Ghost King, what kind of race are these new forces? Why haven't we seen them before? The Iron Zombie Commander below could not help but ask curiously. A trace of doubt flashed in the Rock Ghost King's eyes. He then turned to look at the soul-liberating envoy, Dian. you're the first to come into contact with them. Do you know their origin?" Upon hearing this, Duyen respectfully said to the Rock Ghost King, "Lord Rock, Ghost King, this force appeared in the mansion of the dead inexplicably after the death of the king of Baki. I don't know their origin." Upon hearing Duyan's words, the Rock Ghost King became even more confused. How could the Ghost Kings not know that such a huge force had arrived in Baki in advance? The land of Baki could only be entered through 4 areas: his own North Rocks, the Lioli in the east, the barren grassland in the west, and the Arctic Abyss in the south. First of all, the Arctic Abyss could definitely be excluded. After all, no one could pass through that area. How could his own North Rocks not notice the invasion of such a huge number of creatures? Naturally, he had to exclude them as well. The Lioli in the east was where Cha-Na was stationed. If they really came from the East Sea, Cha-Na would be their first opponent. How could they first occupy the Mansion of the Dead and then destroy Cha-Na? If that was the case, this force was most likely coming from the side of the barren grassland. However, the Rock Ghost King still felt that something was amiss. This was because he had several encounters with these creatures and found that the abilities they mastered were obviously from Baki. The Rune Warriors, the Sun-Chasing Archers, the Naraka Realm of the Curse Clan, and so on were all abilities mastered by the forces that once existed in Baki. It would be too much of a coincidence if these creatures came from the outside world. As he pondered, the Rock Ghost King's expression suddenly changed. "Duyen, do you remember that the king of Baki once said that he would one day rule over the entire underworld?" Upon hearing this, Duyen cupped his hands. "Lord Rock Ghost King, I did hear that from the king of Baki." "Then, do you remember that the king of Baki used to consecrate the souls of all the soldiers above the ghost general level, and the souls of the enemy generals that we killed in the Valiant Spirit Palace?" "I do. The king of Baki said that it was to let the future generations remember these former powerhouses." At this moment, the Rock Ghost King's expression became extremely solemn, because he remembered something very important. It seemed that the abilities mastered by the players were related to the soldiers who had died and were consecrated in the Valiant Spirit Palace. As he thought about this, the Rock Ghost King suddenly had a guess. It was highly likely that this new force of Baki was related to the deceased king of Baki. Perhaps it was a secret force that the king of Baki had secretly created to realize his ambition to rule over the underworld. Thinking of this, the Rock Ghost King suddenly had a thought. That was, if this force was really the king of Baki's secret weapon, could he control it or had a way to control it? Because he did not believe that the king of Baki would create a force that he could not control. There must be a way to ensure that the secret weapon would not betray him. Chapter 160. Baki, Mansion of the Dead. With all the players out, the entire safe zone of the Mansion of the Dead was empty. Although the city was decorated in a fiery red color, it still looked a little deserted, with only the occasional NPC walking on the street. At this time, in the safe zone of the Mansion of the Dead, a small sapling suddenly emerged from the ground. It carefully scanned its surroundings. After making sure that it was not discovered, 2 roots were pulled out from the ground and moved forward little by little like human feet. Looking at the familiar streets of the Mansion of the Dead, the Rock Ghost King was shocked. The Mansion of the Dead was so thoroughly destroyed before, but now most of the buildings had been restored to their original state, and there were many new buildings. Most importantly, these rebuilt buildings were almost exactly the same as before they were destroyed. With surprise in his heart, he walked forward step by step. The purpose of his visit was to investigate the appearance of these new forces in Baki and what secrets they had. If these creatures were really the secret force of the deceased king of Baki, the Rock Ghost King felt that he might be able to find the method left by the king of Baki to control this force. The first place he chose to investigate this time was naturally the most important palace in Baki. After all, if there was a way to control the secret force, the king of Baki would most likely place it in this palace. After crossing a few streets, the Rock Ghost King suddenly stopped. This was because he found a strange construction. The roof of this building was a slanted hammer, but it was the plaque of this building that caught his attention. Tonggua's Forging Workshop. Seeing the name of this building, the Rock Ghost King was stunned. Of course, he knew about Tonggua's forging ability. It could be said that he was the #1 hidden forging master in Beiki. However, after thinking about it, the Rock Ghost King immediately shook his head. How could it be? Even if the king of Beiki wanted Tonggua to help him forge weapons, he would have to spend a lot of effort. With Tonggua's character, it was impossible for him to open a forging workshop here. Perhaps he worshipped Tonggua the Ghost King and named the forging room after him. Having figured it out, the Rock Ghost King immediately took a step forward and was ready to continue in the direction of the palace. However, at this time, the Rock Ghost King suddenly felt a breath approaching. He immediately inserted his roots into the ground and pretended to be a small sapling that had just emerged from the ground, swaying foolishly with the wind. F***K, what bad luck. Don't tell me these players are cheating? How can this king's luck be so bad? I've lost so badly that I'm almost losing my underwear. Not far away, Tonggua was walking with his legs splayed, swaying with a pot of wood spirit wine in his hand. He scolded. Tonggua was in a bad mood when he thought of the soul coins he had lost while playing cards with the players. He could not help but fling the red coat on his shoulder to the ground. He then jumped up and stomped on it twice. After seeing who it was, the Rock Ghost King could not help but feel a drop of sweat on his forehead. Stone. Rock Ghost King immediately. After venting for a while, Tonggua picked up the red coat from the ground again, held it in his hand, and staggered to the door of the casting room. He kicked the door open and walked in. Seeing this scene, the Rock Ghost King heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, his heart was filled with horror and doubts. Who was Tonggua? He was the most powerful Ghost King in the land of Beiki. His status in Beiki was much higher than his. He was an existence that he did not dare to provoke. He had several encounters with Tonggua. Once he was beaten up by Tonggua, who was in a bad mood. The Rock Ghost King still clearly remembered how terrifying Tonggua's strength was. Although Tonggua had disappeared for a period of time, the king of Beiki once mentioned that Tonggua seemed to be in seclusion during that period. The king of Beiki also said that Tonggua was not far from the realm of Half-Step Ghost Emperor. Therefore, when he saw Tonggua here, the Rock Ghost King was filled with fear. He was afraid that he would be discovered and killed. At this time, the Rock Ghost King was somewhat sure of his guess. This new force of Beiki might really be related to the dead king of Beiki. Tonggua's so-called seclusion for a few months was to help the king of Beiki build this secret force. Otherwise, with the strength of this new force of Beiki, how could they hire Tonggua as a blacksmith? Tonggua must have volunteered. Thinking of this, the Rock Ghost King was a little scared. He was afraid that he would be killed because he knew too much. It was even possible that the dead king was still alive. After seeing Tonggua this time, he suddenly felt how naive his previous thoughts were. At the same time, he was glad that he was not impulsive. After all, if he had really led the tree demon army to attack, Tonggua alone could have wiped them out. At this time, Tonggua's figure suddenly appeared at the door again. The Rock Ghost King immediately stopped thinking and began to act like a sapling. At the same time, he kept chanting in his heart, "I'm just a sapling, you can't find me, I'm just a sapling." Under the Rock Ghost King's horrified gaze, Tonggua walked toward him step by step. Since when is there a sapling at the door? Tonggua looked at the sapling with drunken eyes, looking a little confused. Then Tonggua reached out and patted the Rock Ghost King, who was in the form of a sapling. There was a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. "Not bad, not bad. You look good." The Rock Ghost King felt that his heart was about to explode. He was afraid that Tonggua had already noticed some clues and suddenly gave him a destructive blow. At this time, the Rock Ghost King did not know that Tonggua had already lost his cultivation. His heart was full of anxiety. After all, in his opinion, with Tong Gua's strength at the peak of the Ghost King, it was not difficult to find out his true identity. However, Tong Gua just stared at the Rock Ghost King in a daze. The Rock Ghost King felt that he was about to have a heart attack. This was too exciting. It's a good tree. Tong Gua praised it drunkenly. However, the next scene made the Rock Ghost King dumbfounded. He saw Tong Gua suddenly take out his chick and began to pee on him. *CK, I can't take it anymore. Feeling the waves of warmth washing over his body, the Rock Ghost King felt that he was going crazy. If it were not for his rational desire to survive restraining him, he was afraid that he could not help but slap Tong Gua. In order to live, the Rock Ghost King kept comforting himself in his heart, but his heart was on the verge of breaking down. Phew! At this time, Tong Gua shook his body with a hint of satisfaction on his face. After pulling up his pants, Tong Gua glanced at the sapling again and could not help but praise it again. Good tree! Then he turned around and entered the house, closing the door with a bang. Not far away, the little snake, who was hiding in the gap of the slate and observing the scene, gradually became dull. Chapter 161. Looking at the sapling not far away, the Hydra King's heart skipped a beat. He felt like he was in shock. Due to his unsatisfied curiosity, he transformed into a small snake and sneaked into the mansion of the dead. However, as soon as he entered the mansion of the dead, he was shocked to find that the mansion of the dead had been restored to its original state. To satisfy his curiosity, he went deeper and found the sapling rooted in front of Tong Gua's forge. How could he not recognize this sapling? It was obviously the Rock Ghost King. However, as the Ghost King of a region, he was actually drenched in urine. What was even more unbelievable was that the one who dared to piss on the overlord of the North Rocks was Bakie's strongest Ghost King, Tong Gua. Tong Gua? The Rock Ghost King? A new force? The Hydra King felt like he was being hidden from something. Why did Tong Gua and the Rock Ghost King appear in the mansion of the dead? Was there a secret between them and this new force? Moreover, judging from Tong Gua's behavior, he seemed to have been here for a long time. Then he thought of the compromise between the Rock Ghost King and the new force. Was I the only one being hidden from them? Were they plotting something? At this time, the Hydra King regarded the Rock Ghost King, who had also sneaked into the mansion of the dead, as the secret partner of this new force. The Hydra King panicked at the thought. Since Tong Gua and the Rock Ghost King were secretly living here, why didn't I receive any news? Could it be that I'm also a target to be eliminated in their plan? Thinking of this, the small snake hiding in the crack of the stone was even more terrified. Damn it, we're all Ghost Kings. Did I offend you? What secret collusion or plan? Bring me along. You're making me so nervous. At this time, the Hydra King suddenly noticed that the Rock Ghost King had begun to move. His roots were uprooted from the ground and slowly moved toward His Excellency's palace. Seeing this, the Hydra King followed behind quietly, keeping a distance to prevent himself from being discovered. At this time, the Rock Ghost King was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The only thing that kept him here was to take a look at His Excellency's palace. After knowing that Tong Gua was here, he felt that it was impossible for him to control this secret force. He might even be destroyed by Tong Gua because he knew too much. As he got closer to the palace, the Rock Ghost King's body suddenly stopped. Then his roots plunged into the ground, and he turned into a small sapling again. Not far away, the Hydra quickly shrank back into the cracks in the floor, only revealing a small part of its head outside, quietly observing the outside world. The Rock Ghost King's heart pounded again as he sensed the aura that was dissipating not far away. He slowly twisted his body and looked towards the direction where the aura was dissipating. But when he saw the scene not far away, his eyes widened. In the resurrection point of the mansion of the dead, not far away, he was squatting on the ground with his chin resting on his hand. He was carefully observing Hidorigami's corpse, and at the same time he was thinking about how to refine this body of Hitorigami. Right now, he did not even dare to leave the safe zone. He could only rely on refining Hitorigami to take revenge. Hence, he was very serious in his research. He would even take out ancient books from time to time to compare them. In the distance, the Rock Ghost King and the Hydra King were dumbfounded. From the aura emanating from the crimson body, they were sure that this was definitely Hitorigami. Even if his soul had dissipated, how could they not feel the energy waves emanating from the body of a ghost emperor powerhouse? Looking at who was not far away, pointing at Hitorigami's body and occasionally kicking it angrily, the Rock Ghost King and the Hydra King were scared stiff. This place is too scary. This thought appeared in the minds of the two Ghost Kings who had sneaked in at the same time. Previously, the first Ghost King of Beiki, Tongwa, had already frightened them. But now, the old corpse that even the King of Beiki might not be able to defeat had appeared. This was a little scary. As for Hitorigami, they had some understanding of it after living in the land of Beiki for so many years. They all knew that there was a very powerful old corpse in the burial ground. Although this old corpse was a huge threat, the King of Beiki had never taken the initiative to offend it. According to the King of Beiki, this old corpse's cultivation had reached the Ghost Emperor realm for a long time. Although it was seriously injured, he might not be able to defeat it with his strength. Therefore, in the eyes of the Rock Ghost King and the Hydra King, Hitorigami was a terrifying existence that was not weaker than the King of Beiki. However, this scene was too exciting. Hitorigami's soul had been stripped away, and his body was still being toyed with. A secret force. It was indeed a secret force. The Rock Ghost King, who felt that he had discovered too many secrets, was extremely frightened. He kept looking around, afraid that he would be discovered and killed. The strength of this new force in the Mansion of the Dead was far beyond their imagination. At this moment, the Rock Ghost King finally understood. Why did this new force still dare to invade the North region to cut down trees after his repeated warnings? It turned out that they were completely fearless. However, since Hitorigami's corpse had appeared here, the Rock Ghost King had another doubt. Who killed Hitorigami? Could it be the guy who was currently living in His Excellency's palace? Could he be the dead King of Beiki? At this moment, the Rock Ghost King did not dare to go in. This was too scary. He was afraid that if he went in, his soul would be extracted and he would become a corpse at the mercy of others. Moreover, he had already seen Tongwa and Hitorigami as soon as he entered the Mansion of the Dead. He could not guarantee if there were other, more terrifying existences in the Mansion of the Dead. After taking another look at His Excellency's palace, the Rock Ghost King quietly pulled out the roots from the ground and hurriedly ran toward the periphery of the Mansion of the Dead. He could not stay here, or else he would lose his life. However, after running a few steps, the Rock Ghost King stopped again. Looking at the small head that popped out from the cracks on the floor, cold sweat dripped down the Rock Ghost King's forehead. Similarly, the Hydra King also realized that he seemed to have been discovered. He immediately looked at the Rock Ghost King in horror. The two Ghost Kings looked at each other for a moment, and a thought appeared in their minds at the same time. It's over. Now that I've been discovered, will he call for help? Will he kill me to silence me? The two Ghost Kings looked at each other, thinking that the other was also the secret force of this new force in Beiki. Now that their secret infiltration had been discovered, they would probably be killed. After looking at each other for about 5 minutes, the Rock Ghost King suddenly shouted angrily. His body suddenly expanded and revealed his original form. The Hydra King also stretched his body and continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a huge hydra. After looking at each other again, both of them rose from the ground at the same time. One headed toward the North Rocks, while the other headed toward the Ascension Zone. Run. Run faster. Otherwise, you'll be killed. This was the only thought in the minds of the two Ghost Kings. Who was at the resurrection point, stood up in a daze. He looked at the empty space where the two ghost kings appeared and was a little stunned. Was it an illusion just now? Chapter 162. After that secret infiltration, the Rock Ghost King and the Hydra King felt that they had discovered a huge secret. For the next few days, no matter how crazy the players were, they did not care because they already knew how terrifying this force was. The speculation that the King of Beiki was still alive made them tremble in fear. At this moment, in the basement of the Mansion of the Dead, Bei-Li was holding a piece of Hitorigami's flesh and studying it attentively. This piece of flesh was stolen from Huhi's personal channel when he went offline. The purpose was to cut it into slices and study it. However, the sample that Bei-Li took was very small. It was only a small part of Hitorigami's body. The loss of this part would not attract Huhi's attention. According to Bei-Li, Hitorigami's physical strengthening method was actually very suitable for warrior players at this stage. If they could figure it out, they could make it into a new class advancement template for warriors. After all, the only choice for warriors at this stage was the Rune Master. Rune Master was an unarmed combat class that did not have the ability to control weapons. This was very troublesome for many players who liked to play with swords and knives. On one hand, they wanted to become stronger. On the other hand, they wanted to wield their favorite weapons. However, if they really chose the Rune Master, they would have to say goodbye to weapon control. This made them very conflicted. They often suggested in the forum, hoping that the officials could improve or introduce a new class advancement for warriors. Lu Wu naturally accepted the players' suggestions. Whether this new class could be born depended on Hitorigami. After an hour of Bei-Li's research, a blood-red ball of light appeared in front of her. Bei-Li raised her head and smiled. "Wu, it's done." Bei-Li habitually put her hands on her waist. She looked a little proud, as if she was waiting for someone to praise her. As the owner of the artifact, Lu Wu, who was useless in his own ability, immediately shouted 666 to express his praise for Bei-Li. The New Year's activities were still going on. The players worked hard to sweep the land of Beiki for the New Year's red packets and fashion fragments. At this moment, 2 game notifications were heard. Server announcement, a new class advancement for Berserkers. Zombie Ba, server announcement, a new class advancement for mages. With Spiritual Descendant seeing the window that appeared on the top right corner of the new class, many players immediately clicked on it. After entering the display of the new class, a warrior with red skin and bulging muscles stood proudly in the center of the display with his arms crossed over his chest. Then the interface appeared. Profession Introduction, Frowny Face, Zombie Demon. The path of the zombie demon, abandoning the soul, fusing the spirit with the body, refining the body to prove the divine Tao. This method can cultivate an immortal body, and when the Tao is achieved, all techniques cannot invade it. Occupation specialty, strong physical body. It is a growth-type occupation of a blood elementalist. Upon growth, it will possess the ability to control blood. Weapons. All weapons of the warrior category class advancement requirements. Level 30 for a warrior class after the interface darkened. 3 berserkers that were specifically used for testing skills appeared on the screen. The moment they appeared, they immediately attacked Jiang Ba. Blood Chi body protection. Jiang Ba, who was in the center of the scene, separated his legs. His body sank, and a blood mist emerged on the surface of his body. His eyes were gradually stained with blood, and they became incomparably red. The 3 berserkers closed in, raised their swords, and slashed at the zombie's body. The great sword kept colliding with the zombie demon's body, but the zombie demon's flesh showed no signs of injury. Instead, the vitality on the surface of the zombie demon's body vibrated with every collision, and a damage number appeared above the heads of the 3 attacking berserkers. At this time, the skill introduction panel appeared. Blood Chi body protection. Uses the vitality in the body to form a defensive energy layer on the surface of the zombie demon's body. When receiving a physical attack, the zombie demon can counterattack with the vitality shock effect. Lasts for 1 minute. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. After the skill introduction faded, Jiangba revealed his two fangs. He swung his arm forward, and a sharp claw formed from vitality smashed into the bodies of the three berserkers in front of him, knocking them back with a loud bang. Subsequently, Jiangba waved his arms, and streaks of blood claws formed in the air. He swung them forward, and the three berserkers were blasted into black mist. Blood kill. Attach the vitality in the body to the arms or weapons and attack with the vitality force. Can be used in both long-range and close-range battles. Each attack consumes 2% of the total vitality. The higher the total vitality, the higher the attack power. After the three berserkers died, another figure condensed not far away from Jiangba. This time, it was a sorcerer wielding a wooden staff. Poison mist. In corrosion. As soon as the sorcerer appeared, he released two abilities at Jiangba. However, the vitality force on Jiangba's arms converged, and he did not attack. He just stood in the thick fog of poison and corrosion, but there were no red words that indicated that his HP was decreasing. Zombie passive. The body of a zombie has an extremely high resistance to negative statuses, such as poison and corpse gas. This passive ability can grow as the level increases. After Jiangba's display ended, the scene did not end. Instead, a new figure appeared. This figure was wearing a light green gauze dress, and butterflies and bees were circling around his body. Even through the screen, everyone could smell a faint fragrance. Wood Spirit Descendant. Understands the path of the wood spirit and has the ability to communicate with nature. Profession specialty, a support type and control type profession, proficient in healing and control of wood type abilities. Equipped weapon, staff profession advancement requirement, sorcerer profession and level 30 initial skills, nature's gift, wood spirit light, wood demon summon, plant entanglement, recovery, nature's gift, LVL1 passive. Every life of the wood spirit descendant is a messenger of nature. Receives the gift of nature, and recovers plus 4 HP per second. Wood Spirit Light, LVL1. Uses the power of the wood spirit to heal the wounds of a single target. The effect is affected by the level of the skill. Wood Demon Summon. Attaches a spirit to a plant for a short period of time. Flowers, grass, trees, and other plants can be used by the user in battle. The effect of this skill is affected by the level of the plant itself. The stronger the plant, the harder it is to attach a spirit to it. It can also be used to catalyze the growth of plants. Plant entanglement. The locked target will be marked as an enemy of nature. The surrounding plants will automatically entangle the target. Plant seeds can be used to restrict the enemy in a plant-free area. Recovery. Explodes all the power of the wood spirit at once. The user's HP will be reduced by 10% every second. This ability will be automatically turned off when a user's HP is below 10%. The introduction of two professions at the same time undoubtedly caused an uproar among the players on the forum. The display of skills dazzled the eyes of the spectators. Pepabor, finally a tank. This Jiangba is even tankier than a rune master. Not only can it resist an attack, it also has its own resistance to negative statuses. I think this profession should be very powerful in one-on-one fights, especially against sorcerers. Invincible Loneliness. Blood Elementalist. It seems to be similar to my profession. Not bad. Not bad. Shuali_the_strongest. Finally, a tank and a priest. Why does this wood spirit descendant look so similar to the ladies of the wood spirit clan? But it seems to be stronger in terms of ability. Assassin_creed. This wood spirit descendant should be considered a team-oriented profession, especially its healing ability. It's a must-have for team battles. You can take a look at the dog from Myth. His effect in team battles is really amazing. Expanding Axe_dancing. I really want to change to a Jiangba, but I'm afraid that the materials are too scary. I'm a little scared, weak, and pitiful. Poor_trash. This is great. As a lousy player, I chose to be a sorcerer. I didn't dare to change to a 5 elements warlock because I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to hit the target. Now it's great. I can change to a wood spirit descendant decisively. I'm so happy. Crayon_Shinchan. The officials have finally given benefits to the lousy players. There are 2 lousy professions. One is tankier and the other is healing manually. Both are brainless professions. Laughing emoji. I know those players who want to change their professions are going to criticize me. I'm waiting to be criticized. Laughing emoji. Lightning_strike. Can anyone find out where Crayon_Shinchan's house is? I'll send a box of bombs to him. Laughing emoji. Gale_assassin. Why doesn't our great assassin have a second profession advancement? Are the officials trying to piss me off? Slams table emoji. Fermented biscuit. That's right. We are assassins. Give the officials a day to think about it. Can't they understand the feelings of assassin players? I'll give you a second profession advancement for assassins tomorrow. Slams table emoji. Assassin_alliance. Someone give me a collective protest post from the assassin players. Let the officials see our mighty momentum. We will never succumb to the despotic power of the officials. Slams table emoji. Ye_Schwera is _ cutest. Although I've changed to a cursed apostle, why can't our great assassin have a second profession advancement? I'm very angry. Explosive emoji. Lu Wu felt helpless as he read the players' comments in the forum. After all, this was not a real game. Everything was based on reality. Of these 2 professions, one was a warrior template that was created based on Hitorigami's body, while the other was based on the wood, spirit clans, innate ability, and was modified by Bailey. Both of them had a fixed growth template. As for the assassin profession, Lu Wu did not have a complete growth system to create a second profession advancement template at this stage. Therefore, he was powerless even though he wanted to. Therefore, he accidentally deleted the thread that the assassin players were strongly protesting against. Bakey, the Arctic abyss. The chilly wind was howling, and snowflakes were falling from the sky. Murphy and little Pomelo, who had arrived here, felt as if they had arrived in a different world from the land of Bakey. Everything had changed. The temperature here was extremely high. Even though they had lowered their senses, they could still feel the chill that penetrated deep into their bones. The 2 of them followed Tonggua's instructions. Without the help of a teleportation circle, they spent half a day traveling from the mansion of the dead to this world of ice and snow. Fortunately, they had bought special clothes that could keep them warm in the shop. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter the depths of the abyss due to the various negative statuses and HP loss caused by the low temperature. This world seemed to be lifeless. They did not see a single plant along the way, let alone a living creature. Thinking of what Tonggua said, that there might be remnants of the defeated forces in the Arctic abyss, they felt that the possibility was even lower. As they ventured deeper into the abyss, the snow along the way was thick. If they were not careful, they might slip and fall into the abyss. Fortunately, both of them were assassins. Although they could not step on the snow without leaving a trace, they would not fall into the deep snow. Murphy, I have a feeling that we will freeze to death if we go any further. If there are any survivors here, I reckon that they will also freeze to death. Little Pomelo's face was flushed red from the cold. Her lips were trembling and turning purple as she spoke. Come on, if we really freeze to death, we will come again when we are stronger, Murphy said while shivering as he felt the chill from little Pomelo's body. All right. Thus, both of them ventured deeper. The Arctic abyss was truly like an abyss. Not long after they ventured deeper, even though they were wearing special protective clothing, blood started to drip from their heads. This made them feel a little regretful. They knew that if they went further in, they would not be able to hold on for long with their HP. Just as both of them were about to turn back, they heard shouts coming from afar. The sound was a little far away. Coupled with the howling of the cold wind, They could not hear it very clearly. They stopped and listened for a while. After confirming that there was indeed a sound coming from afar, they hurriedly ran toward the direction of the sound. As the sound became clearer and clearer, they could not help but slow down and slowly move forward. When they saw the scene in front of them, clearly, both of them were stunned. They saw a group of teenagers around 7 or 8 years old, with blue hair and crystal-like pupils, fighting on the snowy ground. The scene was very intense. All of them were fighting with their hands and feet, as if they were going to kill you. However, what surprised them was that the group of teenagers did not seem to feel the cold at all. They were wearing thin clothes and walking barefoot on the snowy ground. After thinking for a while, both of them activated their analysis mode and glanced at one of the teenagers. Name, Ice Blue. Background, Snow Clan, descendants of the Protoss. Descendants of the ancient Baki Protoss, born with the ability to control ice and snow. Ability analysis, Ghost Commander level. After looking at the analysis panel, Murphy and little Pomelo were instantly filled with disbelief. Then they looked at the other children. However, from all the feedback on the panel, they could see that these children were all powerhouses of the Ghost Commander level. One of them, who looked slightly older, was already a half-step Ghost General. They are so strong. We can't even defeat any one of these children, little Pomelo said softly. We can't mess with them. We can't mess with them, Murphy nodded quickly. At that moment, the dozens of children who were fighting on the snowy ground suddenly stopped fighting. Their figures disappeared on the spot and appeared in front of Murphy and little Pomelo. Cold, sweat dripped down from their foreheads. Who are you? One of the older children asked curiously, looking at the two of them. We are the descendants of Baki, little Pomelo could not help but say. Descendants of Baki? Are you from the same clan? But why do you look so strange? The boy asked again. Upon hearing this, both of them could not help but think of the analysis panel. The explanation of the Snow Clan was that they were the descendants of the Baki Protoss. Then why are you fighting? Little Pomelo asked. Do we need a reason to fight? We just want to fight, the older boy said as he slapped the other boy beside him and sent him flying. After the boy who was slapped landed on the ground, his figure flashed and appeared next to the older boy again, punching him in the face. Boom! Suddenly, the group fight started again. The scene was chaotic, and dozens of people were wrestling with each other again. Little Pomelo was speechless. Murphy was speechless. Chapter 163. Murphy and little Pomelo were dumbfounded as they looked at the Ice Snow Clan's youths who were punching each other. The folklore here seems to be a little tough, Murphy said in surprise. Little Pomelo nodded subconsciously when she heard that. However, since they had seen the Ice Snow Clan, they had no intention of leaving. They planned to interrogate them after the battle to see if they could find any information about the cursed clan. The fight lasted for more than half an hour. If it were not for the potions, Murphy and little Pomelo would not have been able to hold on in the cold wind. After the fight, the group of youths appeared in front of them again. Outsiders, I will bring you to the Ice Elder. Come with us, said the taller boy who was leading the group. Smack! A kick came from the side and knocked the taller boy to the ground. I think we should bring them to the Snow Elder. Before he could finish his sentence, another youth next to him pressed him to the ground and started punching his face. Ice Elder, Ice Elder. The boy who was standing at the back grabbed the one who was punching the taller boy and started punching his head. Snow Elder, Snow Elder. Murphy was speechless. Little Pomelo was speechless. The fight broke out again. Murphy and Pomelo were stunned by the scene of them starting a fight without saying a word. The fight went on for another half an hour. When they felt that it was enough, they stopped and came to Murphy and little Pomelo again. This time, before they could speak, Murphy took the initiative to speak. Brothers of the same clan, let's go to the Ice Elder first, and then the Snow Elder. Murphy was afraid that if he did not say so, these Ice Snow Clan youths would fight again. All right then, Some of the youths seemed a little disappointed. Then, under their lead, the two began to go deeper into the Arctic abyss. However, the deeper they went, the more the temperature dropped. After seeing the magnificent ice snow castle in the distance, Murphy and little Pomelo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Along the way, they didn't dare to stop using potions. Otherwise, their HP would drop rapidly, and they would die in less than a minute. When they arrived at the entrance of the Ice Snow City, the leading teenager stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him. Suddenly, the area around the city gate began to distort, and the surrounding space began to ripple like water. The ice snow castle in front of them was torn apart like a painting, and what appeared in front of them was a small village built with ice blocks. The two of them were stunned. It turned out that the majestic castle outside was just a facade, and the small village inside was the real deal. However, in this world of ice and snow, just who was this acting cool for? Then, under the guidance of the youths, the two of them came to an ice house. The leading youth raised his leg and kicked the door. At the same time he shouted, "Elderbing, are you there?" Boom! Ice shards swirled in the air, and the ice door shattered instantly. The two white-haired old men in the room slowly turned around and looked at the door. Elder Shwe, you're here too. I was planning to kick your door down later." The leading youth scratched his head with an honest look on his face. The white-haired elder who was addressed as Elder Snow chuckled and turned to look at Elder Ice. "Do you want to beat them up?" "Of course." After saying that, Elder Ice leaped into the air and picked up the leading youth. Then he gave him a good beating, causing the youth to scream in pain. After a round of brutal beating, the youth was thrown out of the room and lay on the ground, barely breathing. When the other youths saw this, they immediately took a step back in fear. "Outsiders, how did you come in?" Elder Ice cast his gaze at Murphy and little Pomelo. After witnessing Elder Ice's brutality, Murphy and little Pomelo quickly pointed their fingers at the group of youths. "I'll King beat you to death. Are you pigs? How dare you bring outsiders in?" Elder Ice reached out and formed an ice staff. When the group of youths saw this, they turned around and began to run for their lives. Elder Ice chased after them and beat them with his ice staff until they cried and screamed. "Elder Ice, they are our clansmen, not outsiders." "That's what they said," the youths from the Ice Snow clan explained as they ran. "Do you really believe what they said? You bunch of idiots. Can't you tell that they look different from us?" Elder Ice beat them even more ferociously as he spoke. After beating all the youths until they were lying on the ground, barely breathing, Elder Ice stopped and walked toward Murphy and little Pomelo. When Murphy and little Pomelo witnessed the scene, they were shocked and could not help but take a step back. "Outsiders, this is the forbidden land of the Ice Snow clan. However, since you were brought here by the children, I will not hold you responsible for trespassing. You may leave." Although he was a little scared, Murphy still spoke. "Elder Ice, we are here to look for you." "Look for me? What for?" Elder Ice was stunned. "We are actually looking for the descendants of the cursed clan who escaped into the Arctic abyss." "Elder Ice, do you know where they are now?" "The cursed clan? I seem to have some impression of them." Elder Ice stroked his beard and began to recall. "Oh, I remember now. They seem to be there." Elder Ice smiled. Murphy and little Pomelo were pleasantly surprised when they heard that. "Since all of you are here, it won't make much of a difference. Come with me." Murphy and little Pomelo were excited to see such a reasonable Elder Ice. They felt that although the Ice Snow clan was a tough people, they were actually very easy to get along with. Hence, the two of them began to walk toward the back of the Ice Snow village under the guidance of Elder Ice and Elder Snow. When they arrived at the cliff behind the village, Elder Snow pointed at the statues embedded in the ice cliff. That should be them. Murphy and little Pomelo raised their heads and looked at the ice sculptures. They immediately realized that there were living creatures living inside the ice sculptures. The ice sculptures that Elder Shui had pointed out were analyzed by the artifact, and their data panels were displayed. Zhu Sheng, elder of the Curse Clan. Cause of death. Stepped into the Ice Snow Clan's forbidden land and was sealed in the Ice Cliff forever. Zhu Gan, elder of the Curse Clan. Cause of death. Stepped into the Ice Snow Clan's forbidden land and was sealed in the Ice Cliff forever. Zhu Jin, Curse Clan. Cause of death. Stepped into the Ice Snow Clan's forbidden land and was sealed in the Ice Cliff forever. Murphy and Little Pomelo, who thought that the Ice Snow Clan was easy to get along with, were dumbfounded when they saw the analyzed cause of death. What made them even more upset was that all the cursed clan members were dead. What about their prajna scarification? Could it be that they had no choice but to go to hell? The two of them were instantly depressed. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared above their heads. Old Ice, Old Snow, who asked you to bring outsiders here? Elder Ice and Elder Snow's expression changed when they heard it. Boss, please listen to our explanation. This has nothing to do with us. I won't listen, I won't listen. A white figure fell from the top of the ice cliff. As soon as he landed, he grabbed Elder Ice and Elder Snow into his hand. Then he raised his hand and smashed it on their heads. I asked you to bring outsiders here. I asked you to be ignorant and disobedient. Are the rules set by me, the dignified clan leader, so useless? Murphy and Little Pomelo were completely speechless when they saw how the two elders, who were so ferocious just a moment ago, were hugging their heads and getting beaten up. That was truly ferocious. Chapter 164. After beating up Elder Bing and Elder Shui brutally, the white light on the white figure's body dissipated, revealing his true form. Murphy and Little Pomelo were stunned when they saw his appearance. The person whom the two elders addressed as their boss was a 7 or 8-year-old child. He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he was the best in the world. The data analysis panel appeared in front of them. Frozen Middle Stage Ghost Emperor. Character details. The descendant of the ancient Beiki Divine Clan, the leader of the Ice Snow Clan, the strongest general under the command of the first king of Beiki. Ability details. Preliminary control of the Law of Ice. Official note. Do not provoke him. Murphy and Little Pomelo were horrified when they saw the feedback. As far as they knew, the Sea King and Tonghua were the strongest besides the demonic god whose strength was unknown. However, the two of them were only in the Ghost King realm. Yet, this child hiding in the Ice Snow world had the strength of the Ghost Emperor realm. It was unbelievable to them. After rubbing his hands, Frozen put his hands behind his back and looked at the two elders who were badly battered. Tell me, how did they get in? Boss, the children brought them in. It has nothing to do with us, Elder Shui quickly explained, afraid that he would be beaten up again. Yes, old Shui is right. It was the children who brought them here. They seemed to be looking for the cursed tribe. The Ice Elder pointed at the ice sculptures that were embedded in the cliff as he spoke. Following the direction of Elder Bing's finger, Frozen looked up at the ice sculptures of the cursed clan, then shifted his gaze to Murphy and Little Pomelo. Who told you about the cursed clan in the Arctic abyss? Tonghua. They betrayed Tonghua without hesitation. Who's Tonghua? Frozen was stunned. He had never heard of this name before. However, it seemed like this guy was very familiar with the Arctic abyss. Tonghua is a big goose, Murphy answered immediately. No, he's a celestial crane. I heard that he used to be the strongest ghost king in Beiki, Little Pomelo added. Celestial crane? The strongest ghost king? Frozen was stunned. In Frozen's memory, he was the strongest ghost king in the land of Beiki. Since when was there a Tonghua? This Tonghua is the strongest ghost king of Beiki? Who is the current king of Beiki? Frozen asked again. The current king of Beiki, Luyen? Your village has access to the internet. Little Pomelo, who was about to complain, stopped abruptly because she was afraid of getting beaten up. What? Frozen's expression changed drastically. Where did the king of Beiki go then? Frozen, felt like he was about to explode. Back then, he obeyed the first king of Beki's order and lived in seclusion in the Arctic abyss for hundreds of thousands of years. But now he was told that the first king of Beki was long gone. Didn't that mean that his clan had wasted hundreds of thousands of years here? Thinking of this, Frozen's face turned green with anger. Who does that Lu Yen think he is? How can he be the king of Beki? I'm going to kill him right now. Since our king is gone, the divine descendant of Beki, Icebound, should be the king of Beki. By the way, is the guardian spirit of Beki still around? Frozen seemed to have thought of something and quickly asked, Guardian spirit? Murphy and little Pomelo were stunned for a moment. They immediately recalled that Tonggua's analysis panel mentioned that it was the incarnation of the Beki's guardian spirit. Clan leader, it seems that the guardian spirit is Tonggua. Hearing this, Frozen gradually clenched his fists. Tonggua, is it? It seems like he's not dead. Very good. Let's kill him again. Speaking of the guardian spirit, Frozen recalled the ancestral scripture, the Way of Fate, worshipped by the Ice Snow clan. This scripture was stolen by the Beki's guardian spirit. However, the guardian spirit also paid the price for it. He was besieged and killed by the Ice Snow clan. However, he did not expect that the guardian spirit was not dead. He even changed his name and lived on. Very good. Lu Yen and Tonggua, both of them must die. Frozen said with a ferocious smile on his face, knowing that the first king of Beki was dead. Frozen felt that no one could suppress him anymore. It was time for the Ice Snow clan to rule the land of Beki again. Looking at Frozen, who was very pleased with himself, Murphy and little Pomelo were speechless. They did not have the heart to tell him that there was no news of Lu Yen anymore. I'm very happy. You too. What reward do you want? Frozen looked at Murphy and little Pomelo and said proudly with his hands behind his back, Forget it. The Prajna life scarification is gone. We have to go. Murphy waved his hand, looking as if he was completely disappointed. What T Prajna scarification? Do you think that the descendants of the Protoss can offer anything good? Frozen immediately rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was about to beat someone up. That's right. Our Ice Snow clan has everything. We even have books that can allow one to become a god. The two Ice Snow clan elders chimed in. The Book of Ascension? Where is it? Murphy and little Pomelo's eyes lit up. Hearing this, Frozen, who was very proud of himself, suddenly felt embarrassed. Ahem. The Book of Ascension is a treasure of our clan. Naturally, we can't give it to you as a reward. Then we want the Prajna scarification. The two elders looked depressed again. What T Prajna scarification? What is it? Frozen was a little angry. This is the strongest skill of the Cursed clan, the strongest ability of the assassins. No one in the whole region has learned it yet, Murphy and little Pomelo said immediately. The strongest skill of the Cursed clan? The whole region? Frozen was stunned. Isn't the strongest assassin clan in Beki the Shadow Stream? How did it become the Cursed clan from hell? Shadow Stream. Murphy and little Pomelo were also very confused. They had never heard of this clan, and they had never heard of this clan from other forces in Beki. After thinking for a while, Frozen spoke again. Since you want to learn the strongest skill of the assassins, I have it, but it's not something that the Cursed clan can compare to. Is it that Shadow Stream? Little Pomelo asked subconsciously. That's right. Can it be stronger than the Prajna scarification? What is the Prajna scarification? Is it that powerful? Frozen was a little speechless. He felt that these two people in front of him were so stubborn. Of course it's powerful. It's one of the ultimate skills of the Naraka realm. After learning it, you can kill whoever you want. Isn't it just the Naraka realm? Frozen, who originally wanted to mock them, went silent as he spoke. After hearing about the Naraka realm and the ultimate skill, Frozen already knew how powerful this ability was. The Naraka realm was originally a cultivation system in the underworld. The ultimate skill was even more famous for its valiance. How could he not have heard of it? Don't you think it's very powerful? It's all right, Frozen forced a smile. But the strongest skill of the Naraka realm is its spells. This assassination technique is not as good as the Shadowstream clan, Frozen said stubbornly. Really? Of course it's true. The Shadowstream clan has assassinated a god before. Their assassination technique is the real deal. Then did the assassination succeed? Murphy and little Pomelo were instantly tempted. No. All right, clan leader, if you have soul coins, just give us some. If not, then forget it. We've come here for nothing. Murphy and little Pomelo were speechless as they waved their hands and were about to leave. Stop right there. Frozen felt that he could not come up with anything that could satisfy Murphy and little Pomelo. At the same time, his stubbornness rose. Although the Shadowstream clan didn't succeed in their assassination, that god was still injured. This kind of ability is definitely not inferior to the Naraka realm. In terms of assassination techniques, they are far ahead. If you don't believe me, just watch. As he spoke, Frozen waved his hand forward. Bits of ice crystals sprinkled, and an image appeared in front of him. In the image, a group of masked men in black were challenging a red-haired man who was floating in the air. The man was surrounded by a red mist. Every time he waved his arms, the stars in the sky would shift, alternating day and night. However, even in the face of such a valiant man, the group of men in black did not flinch. They kept attacking the man. The tactics of this group of men in black were very strange. There were more than 10 people present, but they suddenly turned into one person. Then many people emerged from the shadow of one person and turned into more than 10 people. Every time the crimson-haired man launched an attack, the black-clothed men would switch positions, and their methods were ghostly like shadows. They were truly marvelous and unfathomable. At the end of the image, the red-haired man was finally angry. The whole sky was illuminated by the red light, and a red sun rose. Under its radiation, the whole world was dyed red. The masked men were finally ignited by the red light and turned into ashes. How is it? Is this assassination technique good? Frozen asked proudly. We'll learn it. Murphy and little Pomelo's eyes lit up again. Ha, see? I told you that the Ice Snow Clan has countless treasures. How could they not satisfy you? Frozen raised his hand and waved. A black light ball slowly appeared in his hand. This is the inheritance of the Shadowstream clan. Take it. However, the inheritance of this clan is not simple. It's extremely difficult for people without the talent of the Shadowstream to understand its profound meaning. However, if you study it carefully, you might be able to understand a little of the profound meaning of assassination. After throwing the black light ball to Murphy and little Pomelo, Frozen floated in the air and shouted, We, the Ice Snow Clan, will cancel the agreement to live in seclusion today. The entire clan will leave the country and rule the land of Baki. The clansmen who heard Frozen's order immediately walked out of the ice house and kowtowed to their clan leader. After the kowtow, the entire Ice Snow Clan became busy. They began to pack their things and quickly assembled. Seeing that the clansmen had assembled, Frozen and Elder Snow appeared in front of the thousands of clansmen. Clan leader, what's in the outside world? Clan leader, is the outside world as fun as this place? Clan leader! Seeing Frozen's appearance, the clansmen suddenly asked curiously. At this time, Frozen raised his hand and the crowd suddenly became quiet. This time, the purpose of leaving the Arctic abyss is to seize the throne of the king of Baki. Therefore, the war is about to begin. You will have endless fights. Hearing this, the crowd became noisy, but everyone was happy. Fighting is good. I love fighting. That's great. Endless fights, every day. I didn't know that the outside world is so interesting. The outside world is so happy. We can fight every day. Let's go and join them. I really envy the group outside who can fight every day. This time, I can finally go out and fight with them. I'm so happy, looking at the joy on the faces of the clansmen. Frozen could not help but smile. Then he waved his hand. Let's go. Immediately, thousands of Ice Snow Clan members began to rush toward the land of Bakey under Frozen's lead. When they arrived at the border of the Arctic abyss, Frozen suddenly stopped. Then the clansmen also stopped. Looking at the figure standing not far away, Frozen's expression gradually became awkward. Not far away, a white-haired old man was looking at him with a smile. Yo, isn't this little foam? What's wrong? Are you itching for a beating? My words don't work anymore. My king. Frozen shouted awkwardly. I heard that you want to be the king of Bakey? The white-haired old man asked again. No such thing. I'm just bringing my clansmen out for a walk. I'll be back soon, Frozen quickly explained. At this time, Frozen felt like strangling Murphy and little Pomelo to death. How could they trick him like this? Thinking about how they lied to him after he gave them treasures, Frozen only felt that the world was evil and people were not what they used to be. How hateful! You're really just taking a walk. I'm really just taking a walk, Frozen forcibly explained. Then why did you bring your food along when you came out for a walk? The white-haired old man asked again with a smile. Hearing that, Frozen turned his head and saw that his clansmen were carrying big and small bags, as if they were on a long journey. My king! Frozen was exhausted. He felt that he could no longer find a suitable excuse. Get lost. If you come out again without my order, I'll break your legs, the white-haired old man suddenly said with a ferocious expression. Yes. Seeing that, Frozen quickly waved his hand behind him, signaling for them to retreat. Hence, the Ice Snow Clan, who were originally preparing to conquer Bakey, once again returned to the Arctic abyss dejectedly. Chapter 165. After returning to the ice and snow village, Frozen's face turned pale. He immediately ordered to search the entire new Arctic abyss to find the two liars. If he did not turn the two of them into ice sculptures and inlay them on the cliff, Frozen felt that he would not be able to swallow his anger. After all, he had almost violated the agreement with the King of Bakey after being deceived this time. Getting his leg broken was a small matter. Based on his understanding of the King of Bakey, it was possible that the King of Bakey would kill him. However, after meeting the King of Bakey this time, Frozen's heart was filled with doubts. Since our king is still alive, why is the current King of Bakey not our king? And why did our king order our Ice Snow Clan to live in seclusion? What is he planning? Frozen couldn't figure it out, so he personally went out to search the Arctic abyss. He wanted to find the young couple and interrogate them carefully before killing them to understand the current situation in Bakey. However, when Frozen was preparing to lead his people out of the Arctic abyss, Murphy and little Pomelo had already left the Arctic abyss in advance. They were flying towards the mansion of the dead. According to the analysis of the godly weapon, this black sphere was actually a legacy, so they could not wait to change their class. Shadow Flow Profound Inheritance. Inheritance details. It contains the true essence of assassination of the Shadow Stream clan. After using it, one can obtain the Shadow Stream inheritance. At this moment, they suddenly had a feeling that they had gotten it effortlessly. Originally, they had sacrificed themselves for Hanya, but they hadn't expected to obtain a hidden inheritance in the end. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. After returning to the mansion of the dead, Murphy and little Pomelo encountered another problem. That was, who should this inheritance be given to? Murphy wanted little Pomelo to use it, and little Pomelo wanted Murphy to use it. Both of them had been pushing back and forth for a long time, but they still did not use the hidden inheritance. In the end, the two of them stared at each other, not knowing what to do. Little Pomelo, you can use it. You said that I'll be the one making the decisions in the future, Murphy said after thinking for a while. But my assassination technique is not as good as yours. We can only be stronger if you use it, little Pomelo immediately added. Be obedient. I don't want to listen. After persuading each other for a long time, the two of them fell into silence again. In the end, the two of them decided to use the simplest and most brutal method to make a decision. Rock, paper, scissors. However, their minds were connected, and they could sense each other's thoughts. Thus, they once again fell into an infinite stalemate. After tossing and turning for a long time, the two of them fell silent again. In the end, the two of them had no choice but to toss a stone to decide who the inheritance belonged to. After picking up a stone from the ground, Murphy cut the stone into two flat surfaces. He carved the word MO on one side and U on the other. He then threw them into the sky. Whichever word landed facing the sky would be the one to use the inheritance. Fortunately, the stone did not stand up after it landed on the ground. When it landed, the word Pomelo was facing upwards. Despite little Pomelo's reluctant expression, she still accepted the legacy black ball and chose to use it. As the power of the inheritance flowed into little Pomelo's body, the divine artifact was operating, continuously analyzing and digitizing the power of the inheritance. During the 10-minute inheritance process, Murphy, who was connected to his soul, was astonished to discover that the data panel on his body had started to become chaotic. At the same time, his body's form was also changing. At this moment, the game notification sounded. Server announcement. Players Murphy and Little Pomelo have undergone a mutation in their inherited class during the hidden class advancement process. They have obtained the hidden class, Dark Shadow Twin. In the panel of Murphy and Little Pomelo, the panel of the hidden class had already been formed. Dark Shadow Twin, the profound inheritance of the Shadow Clan mutation, activating the state of inheritance in two people. Class introduction. Under the shadow, you are me and I am you. I will melt into your shadow and become your sharpest dagger. Class specialty. Life-sharing, shadow swap-equipped weapon. Dagger class basic skills. Shadow Stream Fusion, Shadow Stream Change, Shadow Stream Kill, Lord of Dark Shadows Gold level ability, Shadow Stream Fusion. Active effect. Two people in one as the main body and the other as the shadow. In this state, one's health will be doubled and their attributes will be added, no cooldown. Passive effect. In this state, the health will be shared. As long as one person is alive, the other person will not die even if his health is depleted. The damage sustained will be transferred to the other person. Shadow Stream Change. Skill effect. In the twin mode, both of them can swap positions at any time, no cooldown. Shadow Stream Kill. Passive effect. In this state, one is Yang and the other is Yin. When the target is hit at the same time, a shadow symbol of Yang and Yin will be marked on the target's body. If there are two shadow symbols of Yin and Yang on the target's body at the same time, an explosion will occur. The damage of the explosion is related to the user's attributes. Lord of Dark Shadows Gold level ability. Skill introduction. After activating this skill, with the user as the center, the Dark Knight mode will be activated within a radius of 30 meters. The effect of the twin mode will be reduced to a radius of 15 meters. Lasts for 8 minutes and has a cooldown of 24 hours. Dark Knight mode introduction. After activating this ability, the enemy senses sight, smell, taste, hearing, and pain. Within the coverage will be shielded. Even Lu Wu and Bei Li were stunned when they saw the birth of this new class. According to Bei Li, the gold level ability, Lord of Dark Shadows, was the supreme inheritance of the Shadow Clan. However, apart from the siblings who created this ability, no one else had ever learned this supreme, profound meaning. This was because this ability had a very strict requirement on the user's talent. In the game, the ability that was judged as gold level by the artifact had only appeared once in the server, and that was Guyu, who had obtained the inheritance of the demonic god. However, Murphy and Little Pomelo were just ordinary people, but they managed to obtain the highest inheritance of the Shadow Clan by relying on the sharing of souls. This was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise for Lu Wu. After all, the stronger the players were, the more advantageous it would be for him. He loved talented players the most. The profound meaning of the Shadow Clan was undoubtedly extremely difficult to understand. Although Murphy and little Pomelo had already advanced their class with the help of the artifact, they had not fully grasped the way to use the skill. In order to let the two young lovers understand the profound meaning of the profound meaning as soon as possible, Bailey immediately sent them the teaching video that was preserved in the inheritance of the Shadow Clan after making some modifications. When Murphy and little Pomelo saw the video sent by the officials, they were also stunned. They did not expect that obtaining an inherited class would attract the attention of the officials. At this moment, the official forum was filled with questions. Crayon_Shinchan, I'll give you 1 minute to appear in the attribute panel. How can the two of you advance to a hidden class at the same time? Why didn't you bring me along? Extremely evil emoji. Shueli_the_strongest. I want to see it. I can tell that it's an assassin just by looking at the name of the class. Let me see it quickly. Anxious emoji. Peppa_Boar. Has the hidden class of assassins finally appeared? I'm really looking forward to it. I'm waiting for the screenshot. Invincible_loneliness. Two people advancing to a hidden class at the same time. This has never happened before. I'm looking forward to it, +2. Watermelon_Taro. I firmly believe that the next hidden class advancement will be me. Keep it up. While the players were discussing, a video was posted on the forum, and it quickly attracted the attention of a large number of players. The number of viewers kept increasing and reached more than 500,000 in a short while. Introduction of the hidden class of Shadow Twin. Here's the detailed video. I'll share it with everyone. I'm waiting for your reward, obedient emoji. The video attached to the post was the teaching video that Bailey had sent to Murphy and little Pomelo. Many curious players immediately clicked on the video and entered the viewing area. In the video, the silhouettes of a man and a woman appeared. The man had a black rune mask on his face, while the woman had a purple rune mask on her face. They stood back to back in the wilderness and were surrounded by densely packed mass figures who were also wearing black tights. The game has begun, hee hee hee. The woman's delicate laughter could be heard. Then she threw the dagger in her hand, and her figure slowly merged into the shadow of the man. It's time to kill. The man reached out his hand and caught the dagger that had fallen. At this moment, the assassins around them shouted and launched their attacks. However, the man's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was and dashed forward. The dagger in his hand danced between his fingers like a butterfly. Lives fell one after another along with the slashes of the blood-red threads. While attacking, the players on the forum were surprised that the person's figure kept changing. One moment he was a man, the next moment he was a woman. Sometimes he would merge and sometimes he would separate. Sometimes the two of them would be dozens of meters apart, but in an instant their positions would switch. Especially when they were attacking the same target, two runes would suddenly appear on the forehead of the target that was hit. Then the runes would collide and the body of the target would explode instantly. Such a mysterious method had completely shocked the players in the forum. The killing continued. Later on, even the shadows of the enemies would be controlled by them, becoming invisible killers. The black arms would be inserted into the bodies of the shadow owners, catching them off guard. At this moment, the two figures in the screen separated again. The time of night has come. Do you see the blood-red flowers blooming in the darkness, brother? Yes, in the darkness we are the kings. Tremble in fear under the domination of our shadows, weaklings. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, the surroundings instantly fell into darkness. Through the change of perspective in the video, the players found that the world in front of the masked men had become pitch black. They could not hear or see anything, as if they had fallen into a dark abyss. However, the death and killing continued. Clusters of blood-red flowers slowly bloomed in the darkness, and figures continued to fall. When the darkness ended, the surroundings were already filled with the corpses of the enemies. At this moment, the figure of the woman appeared behind the man again. What a delightful killing, brother. Let's go. The next battle is to slay a god. The dagger in the man's hand slowly disappeared, and then he walked forward. Hearing this, the woman hurriedly followed behind the man. Brother, what does the blood of a god taste like? I haven't tasted it, but it should be delicious. This post was quickly followed by a large number of players, and it was pinned to the top of the official homepage. All the players who watched the video were shocked by the skills of the two assassins. This kind of manipulation of shadows, merging with the shadows and switching positions was really unpredictable. Many of the mages, in particular, could not help but shiver when they saw the class display. They could imagine how terrifying it would be to be targeted by such killers. It was already a problem if they could even throw their skills at the target. In the forum, crayon_shinchan. Oh my god, the end of us mages is here. Fortunately, only 2 people have mastered this class, or else I would be really scared. Yi_schwerer_ is _cutest. Oh my god, why didn't I get it? My heart is filled with envy and jealousy at this moment. Crying emoji, Peppa_bore. We really can't afford to offend them. If the 2 players who obtained this hidden class could also show off like this, my great sword would be able to stun anyone, and they would probably be fooled. Shueli_, the _strongest. As a cursed apostle, I just want to say that before I learned the Prajna scarification, these 2 people are really not to be messed with. Invincible_loneliness. I'm shocked. It's like watching a movie. This ability is too awesome, especially the last skill of turning off the lights. It can directly make the opponent feel autistic. It's a little too awesome. AO_family_swordsmanship. This ability is really awesome. I hope to fight with you guys one day. However, I still can't figure out how I can find you in the dark when you block my senses. Anyway, I look forward to meeting you guys. Cultivating_longevity. Amazing, amazing. This inheritance is really awesome. However, after watching the video, I feel that these abilities can only be performed so smoothly by 2 people who have great teamwork. This will be a huge challenge for the 2 friends who have obtained the inheritance. Keep it up and congratulations. A_large_wolf_dog. This last gold level ability is too insane. It blocks the senses, and I can't even find the person. I think this inheritance can be ranked 2nd after the demonic god's inheritance. Crayon_shinchan replied to A_large_wolf_dog. If you say it's 2nd, then it's 2nd. I think it's 1st. Laughing emoji. Bite me if you don't like it. Laughing emoji. Demolition_officer_captain. Did the original poster get it? Is the original poster interested in coming to the demolition_officer to develop? Looking forward to it. Assassin_creed. I'm not sure if it's the strongest hidden class in the server, but it's definitely the strongest among the assassins. This ability is really insane. The shadow assassin is really terrifying. Watermelon_taro, Dihua_shio. If this class is trained well, it can really make your scalp go numb. You won't be able to find the person when you attack. The assassination by controlling other people's shadows is also unbeatable. Taoist_zombie_hunter. I suddenly have a bad feeling. I don't know why, but I'm panicking now. Confused emoji. Crayon_shinchan replied to Taoist_hunter. Of course you're panicking. You're the public enemy of the server. Laughing emoji. Peppa_bore replied to Taoist_zombie_hunter. You should stay in the safe zone for the rest of your life. Although the evil calamity has ended, I'm afraid that if I let you out, you'll give us another undead calamity. Angry emoji. Watermelon_taro replied to Taoist_zombie_hunter. Just leave the server. If you don't, we'll be really scared. Crying emoji. Taoist_zombie_hunter everyone. Shut up. After I refine Hitorigami, I'll fight the Rock, Hydra, and other bosses alone. The players in the forum were discussing this new hidden class, but they all used the word shio to describe it. Soon, it became another horrifying class that could compete with the inherited class of the demonic god. Lu Wu also asked Bei Li if it was possible to reduce this class and change it into the second-class advancement template for assassin players. However, Bei Li shook her head to indicate that it was impossible. According to Bei Li, the Shadow Clan was originally a group assassination operation. Their assassination required a tacit understanding and cooperation. This kind of tacit understanding could only be achieved after tens, hundreds, or even thousands of years of practice. It was impossible for the players to achieve this. However, Murphy and little Pomelo were different. They were twin souls. If it was tacit understanding, even the siblings who created the Shadow Clan could not be compared to them. This was because the twin souls were completely connected to each other. They were innately far ahead of the other players, and it was impossible for other players to have such a condition. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Bei Li was full of expectations for this young couple. She felt that if they continued to develop like this, they might really surpass the siblings of the Shadow Clan in the future and become the shadow assassins who could hold their own in the Beiki army in the future. Lu Wu was also very happy to have gained 2 generals with unlimited potential. This time he had added new members to his list of potential players. How delightful! Chapter 166. After the New Year's event ended, the players were no longer disturbed by the evil disaster. Many people gathered at the Liuli coast as conquering the ocean became one of the main themes of the players. At the same time, the Great Dragon Guild's Great Dragon Worship set sail after the members of the Great Dragon Guild disembarked and slowly sailed out of the coast. Damong, is the island that you mentioned really that magical? Chen Ziyu and the other guild leaders stood at the bow of the worship and chatted while looking at the blue sea. That's right. If it wasn't for the evil disaster's sudden appearance, I would have taken a deeper look at it. But because of the disaster, I had to rush back to the Mansion of the Dead. What a pity. Tell me more about it, Xue Li asked curiously. Yes, this island is located at the south of the Void Ocean. It's called Sunset Island on the map. I accidentally discovered it when I was fishing with a few of my brothers. After all, it's a new island. Out of curiosity, I went up to have a look. Guess what I found? What? Xue Li pricked up her ears. A unique herb. According to the analysis, this herb can be used to make a blood recovery potion. Xue Li pulled a long face when she heard this. I thought it would be an inheritance, a relic, or a treasure. What's the use of this herb if it can't be consumed directly? We don't have an alchemist. Xue Li, you're wrong. This potion is useless now, but it doesn't mean it won't be useful in the future. If a life profession like alchemist appears in the future, it might be too late. Think about it. We sold the Netherworld Pearl to them all. That's a huge loss. Chen Ziyu nodded at Wang Dameng's analysis. Battle Online was a game with a high degree of freedom. It was highly possible that a life profession like alchemist would appear in the future. Since there was an island that was rich in such resources, they naturally had to take a look. All right, we're here to look for treasures anyway. Let's go to Sunset Island this time. Who knows, we might find some other treasures other than the sunset grass. Chen Ziyu had a thought. The warship sped up and headed towards the location mentioned by Wang Damong. Void Ocean, the coast of Sunset Island. The lavender, sunset grass swayed gently in the wind. Among the sunset grass, half of a delicate face was revealed under a hat made of flower petals. Under the sunlight, her delicate face looked charming and lively, making her look exceptionally charming. Perhaps because of the light, she slowly opened her eyes. She rubbed her eyes, pulled the fishing rod towards the shore, and looked at the hook expectantly. You still didn't catch any fish? There's no meat to eat again. With a depressed expression, she stood up and stretched. Her purple dress swayed with the wind along with the sunset grass, revealing her graceful figure. Just as she was about to turn around, a curious look suddenly appeared in the woman's eyes. Not far away, a blue warship was quickly approaching. After thinking for a moment, a smile appeared in the woman's eyes, and she quickly walked toward the place where the blue warship was going to dock. Get off the boat and go ashore. Following Chen Ziyu's order, the Great Dragon Guild members began to disembark from the Great Dragon warship. After all the people went ashore, Chen Ziyu turned around and stored the Great Dragon ship in the space. He began to gather people and prepare to explore the island. At this moment, a beautiful figure wearing a petal hat appeared on the shore. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on that exquisite and moving face. After staring at each other for a while, Chen Ziyu came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Prepare for battle!" After all, the woman in front of him was not a player. Since she was in the void ocean, she might even be a subordinate of the Sea King. Hence, Chen Ziyu dared not let his guard down. "Boss, she's a beauty. She's not lethal." "No, she's lethal." Wang Damong stared at the woman and said, "It's really beautiful." Sydney Lee also had a jealous look on her face. "Is there any meat?" the woman suddenly said with a smile. Her voice was as pure and pleasant as spring water, making Wang Damong and the others feel refreshed again. Meat? Chen Ziyu was stunned, but to be cautious, he still used his analysis ability to look at the woman. Winchim Songwood Clan, race information, singers of the sea. Their chanting can bring about various buffs. An extremely rare marine race that is almost extinct. Character information. None. When Chen Ziyu saw this person's information, he was still unsure if this person was a subordinate of the Sea King. What meat? What do you want meat for? Eat. Feng Ling suddenly stared at Chen Ziyu as if he was an idiot. Yes. Wang Damong immediately took out a piece of specially processed meat jerky from the channel and threw it at Feng Ling. Feng Ling's eyes lit up. She took the jerky and started munching on it. Sob sob, I can finally eat meat. While eating the jerky, Feng Ling's eyes were filled with tears, but her face was filled with happiness. The members of the Great Dragon Guild were speechless. Have you never eaten meat before? Chen Ziyu asked curiously. I have about 10 years ago, Feng Ling answered while eating. 10 years ago? The members of the Great Dragon Guild were stunned. Then they looked at the fishing rod in Feng Ling's hand and realized that there was a bundle of grass hanging on the hook. Sister, are you fishing with grass? Sydney Lee held her forehead. She felt that there was a reason why this race was almost extinct. Feng Ling finished the jerky and looked satisfied. This is not grass, it's sunset grass. Fish eat sunset grass? Sydney Lee was even more confused. No, fish eat meat, Feng Ling corrected with a serious face. If you know that, why are you still fishing with this? Sydney Lee was speechless, looking at Feng Ling, who looked like she was teaching. Fish eat meat. But what can I do without meat? I can only use sunset grass to fish, hoping that one day a stupid fish will suddenly want to eat grass and take the bait. Unfortunately, the fish here seem to be quite smart. I've waited for 10 years, but I haven't seen such a stupid fish. Recalling her 10 years of persistence, Feng Ling looked depressed. The members of the Great Dragon Guild were completely defeated by Feng Ling's magical thinking. But when they thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. There was nothing they could do without meat. Are there no wild beasts on this island? Sydney Lee's curiosity was aroused again. No, it said that there were a few thousands of years ago, but they were all eaten by our people. Now, we can only survive on grass. By the way, do you have any meat? Feng Ling's eyes lit up again. All for you. Sydney Lee, who sympathized with Feng Ling's experience, immediately took out some meat pieces stored in the channel. Seeing the meat pieces in Sydney Lee's hand, Feng Ling trembled with excitement and ran to Sydney Lee's side. A cool breeze blew, and the faint fragrance made Sydney Lee and the others feel relaxed and happy. A game notification appeared. Frowny face blessed by the Singing Woodland Clan's aura. HP +1 per second. Chapter 167. The game notification stunned Chunziyu and the others. The lady in front of them did not cast any spells. Did that not mean that the healing halo came from her? Chunziyu and the others looked at Winchim differently. Although 1 HP per second did not seem like much, there were hundreds of guild members in a group battle. If the halo's area of effect was large enough, she could recover hundreds of HP per second or tens of thousands of HP per minute. Although there were healing halos in the game, they had a time limit. Large-scale group battles could not be decided in a short amount of time. This permanent healing halo might be able to decide the outcome of a battle. Moreover, according to the analysis, this lady had the ability to increase her healing through chanting. A godly weapon for group battles. This thought popped up in the minds of Chunziyu and the others. Looking at Winchim, who was hugging the jerky with a face full of happiness, Shweli suddenly said, "Sister, do you want to have an endless supply of jerky?" "Yes." Winchim answered without hesitation. "Then come with us to the sea. As long as you come with us, we'll have an endless supply of meat. Besides, we run a grilled fish stall at the Liuli coast." "We have all kinds of grilled meat," Shweli persuaded. "Okay." Winchim thought for a second and agreed without hesitation. The members of the Great Dragon Guild were speechless. After witnessing Feng Ling's ability, Chinziu had planned to pull Feng Ling onto the Great Dragon Guild ship, but he did not expect it to be so easy. Looking at Feng Ling's innocent look, Chinziu suddenly felt a sense of guilt. She was too gullible, but I have to go back and tell my people. "Do you want to come with me?" Winchim said while chewing on the jerky. "Okay, let's go and have a look." Chunziyu's purpose of coming here was to check out the sunset grass. Although he was surprised to find a silly and ignorant lady, he could not forget about his business. Therefore, he led the members of the Great Dragon Guild and followed Winchim into the Sunset Island. "Winchim, do you have a lot of sunset grass here?" Chunziyu asked curiously as he walked in the quiet forest and looked at the purple sunset grass along the way. "Yes, the most common plant on the island is the sunset grass. Other than eating it, we grind it to make sunset powder that can heal injuries." "Sunset powder? Do you have it with you?" Chunziyu's heart thumped. Wind Chimes immediately brought out a bag of powder from the bag made of grass hanging on her waist and handed it to Chunziyu. "This is sunset powder. Sunset powder, level 2 healing. Item details: a healing powder made and ground by the Songbird clan. It contains the psionic power of the Songbird clan. Full consumption will restore 6 HP per second. Lasts for 30 seconds. The guild live chat channel exploded with activity when they saw the attributes of the Sunset Fan. "Boss, we found the apothecary. We're rich. The rise of our Great Dragon Guild is just around the corner. Boss, let's kidnap their entire village. There's sunset grass everywhere, so there's no cost at all. When the time comes, we'll open a potion shop in the Mansion of the Dead, and soul coins will come in like a waterfall." Chunziyu's heart pounded as he listened to the guild members' discussions. Originally, he had planned to harvest a large amount of sunset grass and stock them up to sell when the game officials opened up life professions. However, he did not expect to find a race on this island that could concoct sunset grass. He was going to be rich. With excitement, Chunziyu and the others followed Wind Chimes to their destination. The Songbird clan's village was surrounded by a sea of purple sunset grass. A thick and tall ancient tree grew in the center of the village. The houses that the clansmen lived in were built on the branches that extended from the ancient tree. They looked like giant fruits of the ancient tree. The living environment was exceptionally elegant and unique. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew, and the purple sunset grass swayed like waves. Large patches of grass fluttered in the wind. The world before them was covered in purple, like a dreamy fairyland. "It's so beautiful." Shweli reached out and took a few bundles of grass. Her maiden heart was instantly overwhelmed. At this moment, Wind Chimes pouted her red lips and gently blew forward. A light green airflow swept forward, and the purple grass automatically parted to the sides, creating a path for them to move forward. Let's go. I'll go with you after bidding farewell to the clansmen. Wind Chimes said with anticipation. Looking at the happiness on Wind Chime's face, Xue Li suddenly felt a sense of guilt. Was it a little too much to abduct such an innocent girl to the outside world? Thinking of the Wood Spirit clan that was as innocent and simple as they used to be, and then thinking of the current Wood Spirit clan, Xue Li couldn't help but shiver. She murmured, "It's a sin." When they came to the ancient tree, Chen Ziyu looked at the hundreds of guild members behind him and spoke in the guild live chat channel. "Brothers, there are too many of us. Only Xue Li and Damong will go up with me. The rest of you can wait here." After giving the order, Chen Ziyu and the other two followed Wind Chime up the stairs made of grass, entering the healing range of the tranquil ancient tree. Your health will be restored by 50 points per second. The sudden appearance of the game prompt made Chen Ziyu and the others look at the ancient tree that exuded an elegant fragrance. Tranquil ancient tree, Ghost King Peak. Analysis details the guardian spirit of Sunset Island. After hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, it stopped at the Ghost King Peak realm. In order to break through the realm, it dispersed the spiritual energy in its body. It wanted to seek life through death. When the withered tree comes back to life, it will be the day when the Ghost King ascends to the throne. Oh my God, this tree is as strong as the Sea King. Xue Li's eyes widened. Meanwhile, Wang Damong couldn't help but touch the trunk of the tree with his trembling hands. His fingers were even curling in the air. "What are you doing?" Chen Ziyu couldn't help but shout. I want to deduct some powder." Wang Damong smiled awkwardly as he came back to his senses. "It's only dying, not really dead. What if you deduct its life? Besides, this is the territory of the Singing Wood clan. Don't do anything stupid." Chen Ziyu quickly scolded in the live chat channel. Looking at the king-level spiritual material in front of them, Wang Damong and Xue Li couldn't help but sigh. They could only give up and continue to walk up. Along the way, beautiful faces peeked out from the wooden houses hanging on the branches and looked at Chen Ziyu and the others curiously. However, after noticing the jerky in Fengling's hand, the sound of saliva swallowing could be heard everywhere. Chen Ziyu and the others couldn't help but want to cover their faces. This clan was so desperate for jerky, it was a little too much. "Sister Fengling, is that meat in your hand?" A timid voice came from the wooden house at the side. They turned around and found a delicate little girl who looked like a porcelain doll biting her finger. She couldn't stop the tears from dripping from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were exuding a strong desire. Upon seeing this, Fengling glanced at the jerky in her hand and then looked at the little girl. She handed the jerky to her with trembling hands. "Little duo, this is meat. Eat it." After the little girl took the jerky, Fengling suddenly closed her eyes and looked like she was heartbroken. "Chen Ziyu, Wang Damong, Xue Li, thank you, Sister Fengling," the little girl said while drooling. However, her eyes were completely focused on the jerky, and she didn't look at Fengling at all. After saying goodbye to the little girl, Fengling continued to walk up. Fengling seemed to have lost her soul. While walking, her body was faintly trembling. Chen Ziyu and the others were embarrassed to see Fengling's lost look. How obsessed was this clan with meat? It was as if they had lost their inheritance. Chapter 168. All three of them had the same thought, and that was to stop Fengling's mother from healing Xiao Tian. If she managed to heal Xiao Tian, all the members of the Great Dragon Guild would be killed by Xiao Tian alone. How could he not be familiar with these creatures? They were the ones who caused him to end up like this. However, he didn't expect that they wouldn't let him go even though he had nothing left, and only half of his life was left. They actually came looking for him again. "Esteemed guest, your brother was discovered by my clansmen on the coast 2 days ago. At that time, He was already on the verge of death. I've managed to save him now, but he's still in a severely injured state. If you're not in a hurry, give me 3 days. I guarantee that he'll recover in 3 days. I'm rich. Seriously injured. No matter how tough my life is, it's not enough for you guys. And that old mother of the miracle doctor, you bunch of liars. Liars. You deserve to die a horrible death. I hate you. But if you don't treat him as soon as possible, your brother's injury is likely to worsen because he has a very serious internal injury. It seems that he was hit by gravity and his internal organs are somewhat displaced. If you don't treat him as soon as possible, there may be sequelae. Schwelly laughed. Hee. Gulp. Fungling's mother swallowed her saliva and quickly opened the door. Mother, I'm back. Xiao Tian, middle stage ghost general. Arriving at the wooden house at the top, Fengling reached out and knocked on the door. Oh, brother Xiao Tian, how did you end up in such a miserable state? My heart aches for you. Wang Damong stepped to Xiao Tian's side and patted his chest with a distressed expression. Character information. The leader of Xiao Tian Regiment, one of the 8 major legions under the Sea King. Due to the theft of the Sea King's treasure, he was deprived of his position as the legion commander and was on the verge of death. He was rescued by his direct subordinates, who risked their lives and escaped into the sea. Later, he drifted to Sunset Island and was rescued by the Singing My Clan by chance. Brother Xiao Tian, your old mother misses you very much. She talks about you every day at home. Since we found you, we must bring you back no matter what. Qinziu also walked to Xiao Tian's side and said with a sad expression. Xiao Tian, who only had his eyes exposed, looked at the people who claimed to be his brothers with an indescribable fear in his eyes. This is a big win. It's time to harvest the remaining HP. However, Fengling and her daughter did not pay attention to him at all because their attention was attracted by the jerky in Qinziu's hand. Try not eating meat for 10 years and only eating grass before we discuss this topic, Qinziu said indifferently. But since there were guests around, Win Chime's mother suppressed her desire to eat. She turned around and placed the jerky on the wooden table before she faced Qinziu and the others. If he could move, Xiao Tian really wanted to bite this shameless guy in front of him. Pooh! It really doesn't matter, the 3 of them said in unison. Looking at Xiao Tian, who began to vomit blood, Win Chime's mother was stunned. Xiao Tian roared wildly in his heart. He wanted to open his mouth to remind Fengling and her daughter, but his mouth was tightly wrapped by leaves, and his body was unable to move because of serious injuries. He could only blink constantly to express his thoughts. Wang Damong immediately felt resentful. Swindlers will die a horrible death. Character status. Seriously injured, extremely serious. Thank you for your kindness, but we can't wait any longer. My brother's injuries aren't a problem, and his mother's medical skills are superb. As long as he's still breathing, it won't be a problem. Besides, my brother's life is very tough. He won't die so easily, Qinziu quickly said. Ling, or who are they? Fengling's mother looked at Qinziu and asked curiously. When Fengling and her daughter saw this, there was a trace of relief in their eyes. We're rich. It really doesn't matter. This one is more lethal. Wang Damong murmured subconsciously. Don't believe it, don't believe it. *CK, how could you believe that? Didn't you see their sinister smiles? Are you pigs? Don't hand me over to them, please. Brother, I know you are also very excited to see us, but your health is more important. Don't hurt yourself. Wang Damong quickly held Xiao Tian's trembling body. Hearing Qinziu's explanation, Xiao Tian's internal injuries flared up, and he couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood, dyeing the grass in front of him red. So he struggled and whimpered. Fengling's mother trembled, holding the jerky with both hands, staring at the jerky as if she was admiring a rare treasure. Thinking about this group of liars who lied to him that they were sea merchants, and this time they lied to the mother and daughter of the Singing Wood clan that they were his brothers. especially when he saw Feng Ling and her daughters look as if they had already believed him. Xiao Tian's mentality was a little broken. Qin Ziyu, Yov. We're in a hurry. We're really in a hurry this time. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's eyes showed despair. If he was really taken away by these liars, he didn't even need to think about it to know what would happen to him. Yes, his name is Xiao Tian, and we have a good relationship. We're not biological brothers, but more like biological brothers, Wang Damong quickly said. Soon there was movement in the wooden house, and the wooden door was then opened. What appeared in front of Chunziu was a beautiful woman exuding an elegant fragrance. Her beauty could be said to be a notch higher than Feng Ling's. Standing together with Feng Ling, they didn't look like mother and daughter at all, but more like sisters. After being welcomed into the house, a burst of herbal fragrance greeted their nostrils. But Chunziu and the others suddenly turned their eyes to a figure wrapped in purple leaves. Oh, we're old friends, so of course we know each other. We've been looking for him for a long time, but I didn't expect to find him here. This is really fate. Chunziu said with a smile. Do you know each other? Feng Ling's mother saw Chunziu and the others staring at Xiao Tian, so she asked curiously, Mother, they have meat. Feng Ling waved the hand that was holding the jerky in front of her mother's nose. Is this meat really that delicious? This is the first time I feel that meat can be so powerful. Seeing the figure wrapped in grass and leaves like a mummy, the expressions of the three gradually became distorted. Woo! Xiao Tian struggled even more at this time. Looking at the eager face of Feng Ling's mother, Wang Damong couldn't help but speak in the live chat channel. Thank you for saving my brother's life. I can't repay your kindness, so please accept this little jerky. While saying that, Chunziu handed the jerky to Feng Ling's mother. Distinguished guest, please come in. Thinking that this group of people had experienced countless days and nights in the sea in order to find their brother, they were inexplicably touched. Wang Damong, yo! Hearing the words of Feng Ling's mother, Chunziu and the others were stunned, then said in unison. Chapter 169. Looking at Xiao Tian, who kept coughing up blood, Feng Ling's mother felt that Xiao Tian was about to die. However, Chunziu and the others said that it would not be a problem. They said that as long as Xiao Tian was still breathing, his mother would be able to be saved when they returned home. The ancestral teachings of the Songsters of Wood was to have a doctor's heart. They must do their best to save the patient as long as it was within their capabilities. But, looking at the jerky on the table, Feng Ling's mother swallowed and nodded. I'll leave him to you then. Don't worry. My brother may be coughing blood badly, but he's actually very tough. He won't die even if you stab him twice. Wang Damong patted the dying Xiao Tian and said, By the way, mother, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you. Feng Ling said, Speak. You've grown up. You should make your own decisions. Don't always ask me. Feng Ling's mother rubbed Feng Ling's head and said with a doting look in her eyes, Mother, I want to go out to sea with them. They'll bring me to eat a lot of delicious meat. Feng Ling hugged her mother's waist and buried her head in her mother's chest. No, you're still young. How can you go out to sea? It's dangerous out there. Do you remember what I told you? Our clan has survived until now because we lived in seclusion on this sunset island. Many of the older generation had the same idea as you. They went out to sea to get more food. But that time, our clan was almost wiped out. So, I don't agree with you going out to sea. Mother. While Feng Ling was acting coquettishly, she bumped her mother's balls. Chunziu and Wang Damong, who were watching from the side, could not take it anymore, and immediately looked away. Xue Li looked down at her own balls and then turned to look at Feng Ling's mother's. Her face was filled with jealousy. Mother won't agree. You're my only daughter. I'll never let you step into danger. At this time, Feng Ling's mother sniffed and looked at Chunziu. She saw him taking out pieces of jerky from the space, and even her favorite grilled fish. Slurp! Feng Ling, if you go out to sea, You must take good care of yourself. If you run into danger, you must learn how to run away. If you can't survive outside, come back to me." Feng Ling raised her head in a daze and found that her mother's eyes were not focused on her at all. "Don't worry, Auntie. We'll take good care of Feng Ling. We won't let her get hurt. This meat is our gift to you. Please accept it." Qin Ziyu pointed at the pile of meat on the ground. When Wind Chime's mother saw so much meat, she quickly nodded. Then she cast her gaze on Wind Chimes. "Ling, you've already grown up. Go and experience the magnificent and wonderful world outside. You can do it. Mother is waiting for you here." Feng Ling looked at her mother and then at the jerky. She suddenly felt like she had been sold, but she had already made up her mind. She nodded. "Mother, after I've seen the outside world, I'll come back. At that time, I'll bring you enough meat to eat for a lifetime." When Wind Chime's mother heard this, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes, but she still smiled and nodded. "Mother will wait for you to come back." Originally, Chun Ziu planned to abduct the entire Songster clan, but now they gave up on this idea because they focused all their attention on Xiao Tian. They planned to talk about moving the Songster clan to the mansion of the dead after dealing with Xiao Tian. After confirming with Wind Chime's mother that they were going to take Feng Ling away, they immediately looked at Xiao Tian. "Brother, let's go home and see your old mother," said Wang Damong as he stepped forward to hug Xiao Tian and put him on his shoulder. "Sob, sob, sob," Xiao Tian whimpered sadly. "This is 2F asterisk king uncomfortable. I'd rather die in the hands of the Sea King than die in the hands of a group of damn liars like you." Smack! Wang Damong slapped Xiao Tian's butt. "Brother, I know you're excited to go home. Don't get too excited and hurt your body. Stop shaking." With Xiao Tian on his shoulder, the four of them began to walk down the tree. Along the way, Wind Chimes could not help but cry. She turned back to wave goodbye to her mother from time to time. This was the first time she left home. In addition to her curiosity and desire for the outside world, she was also reluctant to leave her homeland where she had lived for decades. When Wind Chimes and the others disappeared from her sight, Wind Chimes' mother sighed. "Ancestor, is this really a good decision? She was her only daughter and her most precious treasure. How could she be exchanged with flesh?" Originally, she would not have agreed to Feng Ling's decision to go out to sea because she knew how innocent her daughter was. The dangers of the outside world were not something a woman like her, who had not been involved in the affairs of the mortal world, could understand. However, when she was chatting with Chun Ziyu just now, the voice of the guardian spirit of the Sunset Island, the tranquil ancient tree, appeared in her mind, telling her to let Wind Chimes go. This was an opportunity for the Songster clan to rise. "Wind Song, do you know why I asked you to let Wind Chimes go?" The old voice sounded in Wind Song's mind. "Even if I don't know why, I understand that Ancestor's decision is naturally for the future of our clan," Wind Song said to the sky. "When they approached me, I sensed a different soul. At that time, I used the death sign to investigate, and then I saw hope in them. That was true hope. I don't know why they, who are so weak, can have a golden future, but I know that their future will not be ordinary. And Feng Ling, who is with them, also has a golden hope. So, all of this is for the sake of our clan. I hope you can understand." Hearing the ancestor's explanation, Wind Song was stunned. How could she not know what the death sign was? It was a power that the ancestor comprehended when she entered a state of near death and wanted to break through to the next realm. The ancestor had a total of 3 strands of the death sign's aura. She did not expect that one strand would be used on these outsiders. Wind Song nodded solemnly. "Ancestor, I understand." Looking in the direction that Wind Chimes left, Wind Song's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Then she turned around and entered the house. Meat, meat, meat that can't be finished. The tranquil ancient tree. After saying goodbye to the clansmen along the way, Chinziu and the others finally walked down the ancient tree. When the guild members saw the mummy on Wang Dameng's shoulder, they were confused. However, after analyzing the mummy, everyone was shocked. They had all participated in the plundering battle on Shaotian Island, so how could they not be familiar with this ghost general big boss? Boss, this, looking at the surprised eyes of the guild members, Wang Damong patted Shaotian's, but proudly. This is our brother, Shaotian. This time, we'll take him home to see his old mother. Hearing this, the guild members were embarrassed, but then their eyes lit up. How could they not know how valuable a ghost general boss was? This time, they felt that they were really going to be rich. Xiao Tian began to cough blood again. He felt that he was going to die of anger before he was killed. These damn liars were getting more and more outrageous. At the same time, he secretly gritted his teeth. If there was a chance to recover, he would definitely take revenge. Chapter 170. Before leaving Sunset Island, the members of the Great Dragon Guild gathered a large amount of sunset grass and piled them up in the space, preserving them as value-added materials. As the Great Dragon worship slowly left the coast, Windling stood at the stern and looked at Sunset Island from afar. Her heart was stirred. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She reached out her hand to hold the petal hat that was about to be blown away by the wind. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Sister Windling, I'll introduce a lot of friends to you when we get to Bakey. Oh, right. There's also the Wood Spirit Clan who knows how to brew wine. They're fun. Shweli comforted Windling when she saw the reluctance in her eyes. Okay. Fongling smiled faintly, and the charming charm she showed in that instant made Shweli, who was also a girl, fall into a trance for a few seconds. Then Windling stuck out her tongue mischievously. Shweli, let me sing you a song. Yes, I want to hear it. Shweli nodded quickly when she heard Windling sing. Windling blinked, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and lowered her head to sing. The melodious and ethereal voice sounded on the Great Dragon worship. It seemed to be saying goodbye or telling a story. It was pleasant to listen to, and the members of the Great Dragon Guild were intoxicated by it. The warship sailed through the waves in the song and slowly disappeared at the end of the sea. When the Great Dragon worship approached the Lioli coast, they disembarked. They first brought Windling to a barbecue stall run by the Great Dragon Guild and treated her to a good meal. Windling's eyes lit up when she saw so much meat. She ate until her belly was full, unwilling to put down the barbecue in her hands. If Xue Li did not stop her, Qinziyu suspected that Windling would have stuffed herself to death. After Windling was full, the members of the Great Dragon Guild brought her to the mansion of the dead. At the same time, Xiao Tian, who was wrapped up like a mummy, was also brought along. Chen Ziyu originally planned to kill Xiao Tian on the ship to avoid trouble. However, the game notification made him give up on this idea. Special mission: capture the enemy general. Mission details: bring the heavily injured Xiao Tian to Tongua mission reward. 10,000 soul coins, 1 custom-made epic level weapon, level 55. Chen Ziyu could not reject this reward. He had changed his occupation to a rune master and had wanted a pair of custom-made gloves for a long time. However, the soul coins required were too high and he could not afford it at all. Therefore, after much consideration and discussion with the guild members, they decided to hand Xiaotian over to Tongua in exchange for a high reward for the quest. After stepping into the mansion of the dead safe zone, Qinziyu received another mission notification. Special mission: partner recruitment. Quest description: make the Songwood clan member Winchim recite the following oath. 500 words have been omitted here. Mission reward: Winchim will become an NPC of Bakey and be bound to the Great Dragon Club. She will also be given a special ability, Immortal Soul. Immortal Soul, passive skill bound to NPCs. Skill description: the soul of a character transformed into a guild NPC will not be destroyed. After death, the character can be resurrected at the guild base by spending a number of soul coins equivalent to the character's strength. Without a base, the character's soul will be temporarily preserved and cannot be resurrected. This prompt delighted Chinziu and the others. Winchim was just a weak girl. Although the mansion of the dead was safe, no one could guarantee that there would be another natural disaster or something like that. Perhaps the players would be wiped out and Winchim's safety could not be guaranteed. After all, Winchim was the same as the characters in the game like Moment and the Rock. She did not belong to the players and could not be resurrected after death. However, it was different now. As long as they could turn Winchim into an NPC, the biggest problem could be solved. Immediately, a group of people surrounded Winchim, who was rubbing her round belly. Upon seeing this, Winchim raised her head cutely with a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Sister Winchim, you recite one sentence after me," Xue Li said excitedly. "No, I'm not going to recite anymore. I'm stuffed to death now." Winchim quickly shook her head. "After you recite the sentence, you will be rewarded with 10 pieces of roasted crimson fruit fish." Xue Li saw this and immediately used her trump card. This crimson fruit fish was a spiritual fish. Xue Li did not believe that Winchim would not take the bait. Sure enough, upon hearing the crimson fruit fish, Winchim's eyes lit up. "I'll recite it." Thus, one sentence after another, Winchim finished reciting the 500-word oath. Suddenly, the artifact sensed Winchim's soul fluctuation and sucked her into the artifact. Since Winchim was not as strong as Tonghua, Luwu and Bailey did not show up this time. The artifact automatically started digitizing according to the preset program. In less than 5 minutes, Winchim was sent out of the channel again. I think I fell asleep just now." Winchim raised her head in a daze and realized that Chinziu and the others were looking at her expectantly. "Sister Winchim, did you see that? It's the guild panel. We can chat in the guild channel from now on." Winchim was stunned. As the artifact imprinted the information in her mind, she immediately understood what the guild panel was. After confirming that Winchim had been converted into an NPC, Chinziu planned to hand over Xiaotian to complete the mission before discussing the production of the medicinal powder with Winchim. When they arrived in front of Tonggua's workshop, the Great Dragon guild members looked like they had expected this. The door of Tonggua's workshop was closed as usual. The arrogant warning sign was still hung in an obvious place. Bang! Bang! Chinziu had no choice but to knock on the door. When Chinziu knocked on the door, Lu Wu, who had been observing everything, immediately roared and woke up the drunken Tonghua and told him what to do. Tonghua had no choice but to get up and open the door. "You're here? Put it down. Your mission is complete." Seeing that Wang Damong put down Xiaotian, Tonghua spoke again. "By the way, close the door when you leave." "Master Tonghua, where's our reward for custom-made weapons?" Chan Xiu could not help but ask when he heard the notification that he had completed the mission but only received soul coins as a reward. "Tomorrow, come back tomorrow." Tonghua waved his hand impatiently, looking as if he was telling them not to disturb him. Chinziu and the others had no choice but to walk out of the workshop and close the door. "Sister Winchim, we'll bring you to the Wood Spirit Clan now. You can stay there for the time being until we have a base. I'm sure. I also want to meet the kind Wood Spirit Clan that you mentioned." Winchim looked curious. Hearing Winchim say that the Wood Spirit Clan was kind, Chinziu and the others looked at Xue Li. I'm talking about the past." Xue Li explained awkwardly. On the way to the Wood Spirit Clan's residence, Xue Li looked at Winchim curiously and asked, "Sister Winchim, how many portions of sunset powder can you make in a day?" "Sunset powder? I don't know how to make it." Winchim blinked her eyes innocently. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Ziyu and the others, who were listening attentively, could not help but cough, while Xue Li was also dumbfounded. You don't know how to make sunset powder?" Xue Li asked again, thinking that she had misheard. "No, but my mother knows how to make it." Winchim squinted her eyes and smiled. The members of the Great Dragon Guild were speechless. "Then, do you know how to make other potions?" Xue Li still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. No, those potions are too troublesome to make, so I didn't learn them. I'm focused on studying fishing skills. Xue Li was speechless. At this moment, the dreams of the Great Dragon Guild members were shattered. They were all stunned. What's wrong with you guys? Winchim blinked her eyes. Chunziu and the others shook their heads and forced a smile on their faces. But in their hearts they were crying. What potion shop? What making money every day? Everything was gone. Chapter 171. In Tonggua's forging room in the mansion of the dead of Beiki. Looking at Tonggua, who was lying back on the bed and ignoring Xiao Tian, Lu Wu, who was already speechless, roared again, waking Tonggua up. Isn't it just recruiting a weakling? Why do I have to do such a small thing myself? Sigh. I have to lower my head when I'm under someone else's roof. Tonggua complained. He then got up from the bed and strode to Xiao Tian. He lifted his foot and kicked Xiao Tian. Hey, I'll say one sentence after another, and you'll say one sentence after another. Xiao Tian was speechless. Under the cycle of reincarnation, I swear. After reading the first sentence, Tonggua saw that Xiao Tian did not move, so he immediately lifted his foot and kicked him again. Did you hear what I told you to read? Are you disrespecting me by not saying a word? Xiao Tian cursed in his heart. If you want me to read, open the leaves that seal my mouth first. I seriously suspect that you are deliberately kicking me. Tonggua sighed as he seemed to understand Xiao Tian's situation. He waved his wings and slashed at Xiao Tian's mouth. Suddenly, the grass and leaves broke and scattered. Kid, can you read it now? Who are you? Where is this place? Xiao Tian immediately asked. Who am I? Tonggua's expression gradually became smug. Xiao Tian, kid, I just beat up your boss a few days ago. Who do you think I am? Xiao Tian's expression froze when he heard this. He raised his head and looked at Tonggua carefully. Then his expression became more and more frightened. You are Tonggua the Ghost King. Hee, now you know how powerful I am. Now be obedient, or else I have 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. Also, if you're obedient, then you'll have a chance at revenge. Revenge? Xiao Tian could not help but be stunned. Weren't you seriously injured by the Sea King? Don't you hate him? Tonggua said as he bent down to pick up a bottle of wine. He shook it and found that it was empty, so he threw it on the ground again. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's heart surged with anger. He had been working for the Sea King all his life and became one of the commanders of the Sea King Navy with his own efforts. However, the Sea King did not care about the past and almost killed him. If it were not for his subordinates who risked their lives to save him, he would not have been able to live in this world. Hate! Xiao Tian answered decisively since he had already broken off relations with the Sea King. There was nothing to hide. Do you want revenge? Yes, but... Xiao Tian felt powerless when he thought of the Sea King's strength. As the commander of the Sea King Navy, he clearly knew how powerful the Sea King was. This kind of power was not only the strength of the Ghost King Peak realm, but also the huge sea army under his control. With his ability, it would be impossible for him to take revenge in this lifetime. No buts. If you want revenge, I'll help you. Tonggua smiled and squatted down. You'll help me? Xiao Tian looked confused as he looked at the smiling Tonggua. If it was Tonggua, Roaring Heaven believed that he had the strength to fight against the Sea King. After all, he had heard the news of the Sea King being beaten up by Tonggua. However, he did not believe that Tonggua would help him for no reason. Tell me, what do you want? I only have half my life left. I can't give you anything else. I want half of your life to be loyal to us. All right. Xiao Tian agreed without hesitation. After all, it was just a promise, and he would not lose anything. It's not as simple as you think. Now I'll recite one sentence, and you'll recite one sentence after me. Tonggua said as he patted Xiao Tian's head. What do you want me to recite? Xiao Tian felt slightly uneasy. The Oath of Soul Allegiance. Tong Gua did not hide anything. After all, at Xiao Tian's level, he would naturally understand if he continued to recite it. What? The Oath of Soul. Xiao Tian was stunned. If you recite it, I promise to help you recover from your injuries. At the same time, I promise you that I will destroy the Sea King. This is not a bad deal, right? Your lowly life in exchange for the Sea King's life, Tong Gua said calmly. Lu Wu, who saw this scene from the outside, could not help but admire Tong Gua's acting skills. Xiao Tian was stunned by Tong Gua's words. All right, I promise you, although there was a trace of unwillingness in his heart. However, just as Tong Gua had said, it was worth it to exchange the Sea King's life for his. Moreover, if he did not receive treatment now, his physical condition would gradually deteriorate and he would die. Moreover, it was not a bad thing to be loyal to Tong Gua. Although Tong Gua's power was not as great as the Sea King's, Tong Gua's personal strength was stronger than the Sea King's. Seeing that Xiao Tian had agreed, Tong Gua nodded calmly. All right, next, recite it with me. After reciting the Oath of Soul Allegiance, Xiao Tian's figure was suddenly sucked into the artifact space. The artifact operated automatically and began to digitize Xiao Tian. Due to Xiao Tian's powerful strength, the digitization lasted for half an hour. After the digitization was completed, a stream of soul power flowed into Xiao Tian's body and completely healed his internal injuries. Then, Xiao Tian was sent out of the artifact space. Seeing Xiao Tian reappear, Tong Gua patted his shoulder. Kid, take a look at what's in your head and you'll know what kind of state you're in now. By the way, you're now my subordinate. From now on, you'll be responsible for lighting the fire when forging weapons. Also, you'll have to know how to clean the room, do the laundry and cook. Xiao Tian clenched his fists and was shocked. He could not believe that he had fully recovered from his serious injuries. However, he was stunned when he heard what Tong Gua said. I'm a ghost general. Lighting a fire? Washing? Cooking? Cleaning? Just as Xiao Tian was in a daze, pieces of information appeared in his mind. At this moment, he knew what kind of camp he had joined. Boss, Tong Gua, you're my subordinate too? Xiao Tian pointed upwards. Yes, I've mistakenly entered a pirate ship and can't get off. Tong Gua sighed as he spoke. Who are those people up there? Xiao Tian could not help but ask curiously, as he had never seen Lu Wu and Bailey before. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Mind your own business. Can't you see the wine bottles on the floor? Clean them up quickly. Damn it. Why am I living in this messy house? It's like a pigsty. Clean it up quickly. Tong Gua could not help but scold as he pointed at the wine bottles on the floor. Xiao Tian was speechless, although he had many questions about the identity of the person behind the artifact. Xiao Tian did not dare to ask any further. In his opinion, the person who could create such a terrifying artifact was at least an underworld god. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill a ghost general like him. Moreover, a powerful ghost king like Tong Gua was also subservient to him. Xiao Tian had nothing to complain about. Looking at the sloppy house, Xiao Tian sighed. There was no way. He could only start to clean up. Revenge begins with cleaning. Chapter 172. After dealing with Xiao Tian's matter, Lu Wu began to browse the forum. At this moment, a post that was showing the increasing number of visitors caught Lu Wu's attention. Theme post. Who can help me kill Ao Jian? We, the Demonic God Guild, will offer 1,000 soul coins to hire a bounty killer to do a live broadcast of his death. Crayon_Shinchan. Bro, forget it. Ao Jian is a low-profile guy, but I think he's definitely one of the top 10 in the whole server. His level is also the first in the whole server. Unless it's a group fight, no one can kill him in a one-on-one fight. But I think you can consider giving Ao Jian 1,000 soul coins to commit suicide, laughing emoji, invincible_loneliness. You guys from the Demonic God Society are really ambitious. Ao Jian is really strong. To be honest, I don't think I'm a match for him even with such a strong inheritance. Peppa Boar. Trash Evil God Guild, you're also a malignant tumor. I still haven't settled the score with you guys for what happened on Fallen Fish Island. You deserve to be bullied. Watermelon_Taro, well done. The Fallen Fish Island cheated tens of thousands of players. Serves them right for provoking AO, Jen, laughing emoji. My wife is the prettiest in the whole world. Murphy accepting orders, preparing to start a live broadcast, happy. My husband is the most handsome in the whole world. Little Pomelo accepting the order crayon_Shinchan. Wow. Aren't these two the bounty killers who made the corpse controller collapse? They actually accepted the job. There's going to be a good show. Let's wait for the gods to fight. Laughing emoji. Shueli_the strongest. It seems to be the Dark Shadow twin class that they have advanced to. It's a competition between inherited classes. I'm a little excited. I want to see it. Usually, such vengeful posts weren't uncommon on the forums, and the players wouldn't pay much attention to them. However, things were different this time, because the players who accepted the bounty were also highly regarded by the players on the forums. In fact, they were ranked as the top 10 bounty hunters in the server. This battle immediately attracted the attention of a large number of players. Each and every one of them replied to the post. They all wanted to see if the bounty killer group, who had never failed, could defeat AO Jen, who was recognized as one of the most skillful players in the forum. Soon, a live stream thread appeared, and a large number of players flooded in. In less than half an hour, the number of players had exceeded 800,000, and it was still increasing. Accepting a bounty mission, killing target AO Jen on the way. In order to watch the battle between the professional players, the players even took the initiative to provide the coordinates of AO Jen's location in the live streaming room. After about an hour of searching, Murphy and Little Pomelo met AO Jen in the Ascension Zone. At this moment, AO Jen was standing in the wilderness. His fingers were constantly moving, and the 9 spiritual swords behind him were shuttling back and forth. The fanged boar that he was attacking was knocked down to the ground before it could even get close to him. At this moment, a black shadow rushed over from afar. As it approached AO Jen, 2 figures leaped up at the same time. 2 bone-scraping slashes were ruthlessly aimed at AO Jen's back. Keep the sword! In the face of the sudden assassination, AO Jen pointed his finger at the 9 spiritual swords that were inserted into the body of the fanged boar. Immediately, the 9 spiritual swords turned back and quickly lined up on AO Jen's back. Ding! Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the seemingly ferocious surprise attack was easily neutralized. Murphy and Little Pomelo quickly retreated when they realized that they had failed to kill AO Jen. They kept a distance of about 5 meters from AO Jen. Looking at AO Jen, who was carrying the 9 spiritual swords on his back, Murphy and Little Pomelo felt extremely pressured. After all, AO Jen's strength was far beyond any of the targets that they had accepted before. He was a true master in the game, so it was extremely difficult to win this battle. Do you want to kill me? AO Jen looked at the 2 people in front of him indifferently. I accept the bounty, whether it's right or wrong, Murphy said with a solemn expression. When AO Jen heard that, he suddenly laughed. Actually, even if you don't come to me, I will come to you. I originally wanted to wait until you can use the ability of the hidden character class flexibly before challenging you. However, since you're already here, it's just right. Come on. As AO Jen spoke, he waved his hand, and the 9 spiritual swords automatically spread out behind him, floating in the air and forming a fan shape. Murphy and Little Pomelo looked at each other. Then, Little Pomelo's figure slowly merged into Murphy's shadow, and the dagger that originally belonged to Little Pomelo appeared in Murphy's left hand. When the battle began, AO Jen made a sword gesture with his hand, and the 9 spiritual swords behind him floated in the air, floating above his head. His eyes constantly scanned Murphy, who was approaching quickly from the left and right. Found it. When Murphy approached AO Jen, Ao Jian stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. A red spiritual sword appeared in his hand, and then he suddenly stabbed it to the left. This attack happened to be the next landing point of Murphy's advance. Chi, the word blood, appeared. This attack had taken away more than 100 points of Murphy's HP. However, the corner of Murphy's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. A black shadow under his feet extended forward and appeared behind Ao Jian. Then, little Pomelo's figure drilled out from it, and a backstab was aimed at Ao Jian's back at a tricky angle. Ao Jian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly wanted to recall the spiritual swords. However, he realized that Murphy in front of him had also raised his dagger at the same time, stabbing toward his neck. Despite being attacked from the front and back, Ao Jian did not panic. The 9 spiritual swords in front of him rotated at the same time, stabbing toward Murphy's body, intending to kill Murphy first. At this time, a scene that shocked the players watching outside the arena appeared. Murphy's figure began to blur, and then little Pomelo appeared in front of Ao Jian in a blocking posture. Murphy, who was originally in an attacking posture, immediately stabbed Ao Jian's back after changing positions. -266, little Pomelo, -198, Ao Jian. 2 lines of bloody words appeared on top of their heads. The audience outside the arena saw this exchange very clearly. In fact, after the clone, little Pomelo, who was standing behind Ao Jian, was completely feigning an attack. When Murphy was in an attacking posture, she pulled back her dagger and put on a defensive posture. Then, the 2 of them switched positions. They, who were completely connected, suddenly switched positions. It was really unexpected. Even Ao Jian could not resist it, and he was still stabbed in the back. The battle was still going on. At this time, little Pomelo, who was hit by the 9 spiritual swords, also began to blur, and the figure that was flying backward became Murphy. Then, Ao Jian felt pain in his back again, and a word blood appeared on top of his head. However, the damage was not over. The passive effect of Dark Shadow was triggered at this moment. Murphy and little Pomelo each performed a backstab, and they also marked Ao Jian's body with Yin and Yang runes. As the Yin and Yang runes appeared and then collided and exploded, Ao Jian's body shook violently. His HP directly fell to the bottom line, and he was left with less than 100 points. Forum, strike gold. Damn, I didn't know it could be played like this. One person's backstab is on cooldown, and then the other person will perform another backstab. Awesome. Crayon_Shinchan. Oh my god, it's so amazing that my scalp is numb. Did they have a tacit understanding so quickly? They're really starting to show off. Watermelon_Taro, 666. A feint to switch positions, and then a seamless double backstab. This is too tacit. Amazing. A_Mammoth. I'm convinced. This round of operation has been recorded. I have to study how to crack it. Peppa_Boar. Maybe we can really defeat Ao Jian in this battle, and this Dark Shadow class is used to defeat the opponent. Expectant look. Shueli_the_strongest. I suddenly want to play this game with my boyfriend. I want to change my class to Dark Shadow twins with him. We can show off our love and control. QVQ. The battle was still going on at this moment. After suffering 2 backstab in a row, even Ao Jian could not take it anymore. His HP was already at the bottom. If he were to be attacked again, he would definitely die. However, Ao Jian did not panic. He waved his left hand backward, and 3 spiritual swords turned back to hit Moz, who launched another attack. Then the other 6 spiritual swords shot toward little Pomelo in front of him. Chapter 173. After sending little Pomelo and Murphy flying, Ao Jian no longer held back. He began to perform the sword manipulation technique, intending to widen the distance and launch a long-range attack. This was because he knew that if he let the 2 of them get close to him, with their ghostly movements, he was likely to be hit again. However, The amount of blood in his body was not enough for him to take any more damage. At this moment, Ao Jian suddenly felt that the sight in front of him was rapidly darkening. Endless darkness shrouded him, blocking his hearing, smell, vision, and other senses. In this darkness, the two figures quickly approached, but Ao Jian could not detect them at all. Two cold lights suddenly appeared at this moment. Just when the audience thought that the winner of the battle was about to be decided, the sound of metal clashing was heard. Murphy and little Pomelo, who were close to him, were repelled again. "How can you still sense us?" Murphy said in horror as he looked at Ao Jian, whose eyes were tightly shut. Ao Jian did not speak because his senses were blocked at this time, and he could not hear any sound from the outside world. He just gently moved his hands in the air, and the 9 spiritual swords circled around him like a guard. The two of them did not believe it, so they flashed and dashed toward Ao Jian again. Ding! Ding! A crisp sound was heard. The black and white spiritual swords were suspended on the left and right respectively, and they still managed to resist the surprise attack. Faced with this strange scene, there was an uproar outside the arena. They could not understand how Ao Jian did it. The battle was still going on, but no matter how the two of them attacked, they could not break through Ao Jian's defensive sword formation, which made them very anxious. Crayon Shin-chan, can anyone tell me why? Didn't turning off the light block the senses? How did Ao Jian find them? Confused emoji, cultivating longevity. If I'm not wrong, it should be the heart sword territory. Using the heart to control the sword, although the 5 senses are blocked in this territory, all things that are not swordsmanship will be sensed by the spiritual swords, and they will automatically defend and respond. Peppa Boar replied to cultivating longevity, "Are you shooting a movie? Your explanation is so normal, and it makes so much sense. If I hadn't been educated, I would have been fooled by you." Laughing emoji, invincible_loneliness. I think the analysis of the person above is very reasonable. Roving sword is definitely going to perform innumerable swords in a while. Laughing emoji, crayon_shinchin. The analysis above is right. In fact, Ao Jian's real identity is a sword immortal in reality. The heart sword realm is nothing to him. Later, he will reach out and shout, "Sword!" Then the scene of thousands of swords saluting would be terrifying. Laughing emoji, Schwelly, facepalm, that's enough. Can't you guys analyze the technique seriously? Don't talk about useless stuff. Study it carefully and learn from it. Faced with the almost unbreakable defense of the sword array, the two of them, who had been unable to break through the defense, finally stopped. The turn-off light's effect also disappeared. Ao Jian slowly opened his eyes and looked at Murphy and little Pomelo with excitement in his eyes. It really works. How did you do it? Murphy was astonished. Hearing that, Ao Jian smiled. After watching the video you posted, I have been thinking about how to break this technique. After all, the 5 senses are blocked. Logically speaking, there is no way to break it in a battle. Starting from this aspect, I specially went to visit someone. He told me that the heart sword can be broken. This is the heart sword realm that I researched, which can be used to defend without using the 5 senses. I just didn't expect it to work. The person that Ao Jian went to visit this time was none other than Wu Qing, the swordsman that he wanted to surpass all his life. Originally, Wu Qing did not accept this challenge, because, in his opinion, Ao Jian had already been possessed. If he continued to be so obsessed, he would eventually hurt himself. However, in the face of Ao Jian's aggressiveness, he really had no choice but to agree in the end. However, this time, Ao Jian displayed swordsmanship that was far beyond the secular world, which completely shocked Wu Qing. What was even more unexpected was that Ao Jian's last display of the sword manipulation technique caught him off guard. If Ao Jian did not stop at the last moment, he would have died. However, Ao Jian finally let him go and said that he already had a higher goal. Surpassing him and killing him was no longer that important. Wu Qing's heart was full of doubts. He did not know what happened to Ao Jian during this period of time. His body no longer revealed anger and hatred, but strong confidence and determination. Before leaving, Ao Jian thought of his next challenge target and asked Wu Qing, "If the 5 senses are blocked, how can you fight with your opponent?" Although Wu Qing was puzzled, he still answered Ao Jian's question, which was the heart sword. From Wu Qing, Ao Jian learned that the heart sword realm was divided into attack and defense. Now that he had comprehended defense, the next step was to comprehend offense. At this time, Ao Jian was excited. Since the defense of the heart sword realm was feasible, it must be possible to attack. As long as he comprehended the attack of the heart sword realm, then everything that was not a swordsmanship would become the target of the spiritual sword. This seemingly unsolvable, since blocking might not be impossible for him to fight. "We can't break through your defense." At this time, Murphy put away his dagger and said, "I can't beat you either." Ao Jian regained his senses and waved his hand. The 9 spiritual swords automatically lined up on his back. "This mission is a failure." Murphy nodded and turned around to hold little Pomelo's hand. The two began to retreat. "I will come back to you. Next time, we will determine the winner." Ao Jian said, We don't like to fight." Little Pomelo turned around and made a face at Ao Jian. Ao Jian did not reply, but he knew that he would challenge them. The pursuit of the ultimate swordsmanship was his goal, and a strong opponent could help him sharpen his sword heart. At the end of this battle, the players outside the arena were also stunned. They did not expect that it would end in a draw. However, the popularity of the forum did not diminish. Once again, they began to discuss and analyze the various skills of this battle. Many professional players even opened analysis posts for the players to learn from their combat experience. "Murphy, 1,000 soul coins are gone. What a pity." Little Pomelo pouted and looked depressed. "He is really strong, but we will definitely surpass him in the future." Before Murphy could finish his words, a game notification suddenly appeared. Game notification. Player Chi-Ming has added you as a friend. Murphy thought it was another player who wanted to put up a bounty, so he immediately clicked confirm. Then a voice chat box appeared. "Chi-Ming, hello, are you the Dark Shadow Twins?" Murphy, "Yes, who do you want to kill?" "What's the price?" Chi-Ming, No. I just want to ask, where did you get the inheritance?" "Of course, I'm just curious. If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you." Murphy, "There's nothing to keep a secret. In the Arctic Abyss, which is the southernmost part of Bakey. If you want to go, remember to buy a lot of health recovery potions. It's very cold there. Also, there's a big boss in the Ghost Emperor realm. Try not to provoke him." Chi-Ming, "Thank you for your guidance." Murphy nodded and then closed the chat box. Ding! When the conversation box ended, an email appeared in front of Murphy. Murphy was stunned. After opening the email, he found out that there were 288 soul coins in it, and a paragraph was added at the bottom. "I thank you for your guidance on the inheritance. This is a great favor, and these soul coins are a token of my appreciation." Chapter 174. The Void Ocean, the Crystal Palace. The Sea King paced back and forth with a terrible look on his face. At this moment, a subordinate walked over quickly. "Lord Sea King, Coconut Island has been invaded. The spiritual materials in 2 of the spiritual fields have been taken away by foreign clans." Bang! Upon hearing this, the Sea King's feet shook violently, creating a pit on the ground. This was not the first time. Recently, the islands where he placed his spiritual materials and treasures had been invaded one after another. This made the Sea King very angry. In the Void Ocean, such a provocative, plundering situation had happened for the first time. The Sea King did not know which force was targeting him. "Have you found out which force it is?" How do they know the location of the island where I placed my treasures? And how do they know the distribution of the guards? The Sea King stared at his subordinate, who was kneeling on one knee, and asked, I sent someone to investigate and found out that these forces have a characteristic. Their tools of navigation are all Spectre ships and Spectre warships. Therefore, I suspect that it's done by a sea merchant force. Sea merchants. Speaking of sea merchants, the Sea King remembered the sea merchant cuttlefish who was killed by Xiao Tian. This incident cost him a lot to calm down. I've already paid compensation to the Western Continent Chamber of Commerce. It can't be them. Moreover, with the strength of the Western Continent Chamber of Commerce, they will definitely lose if they fight with me. The Sea King denied this speculation after some thought. However, if it wasn't the Western Continent Chamber of Commerce, the Sea King could not figure out which one was targeting him secretly. After a moment of contemplation, the Sea King spoke again. Continue to investigate. Continue to investigate. We must find out who this force is. Yes. The subordinate received the order and left quickly. While the Sea King was annoyed by this matter, the official website of Battle Online was in an uproar. At this moment, a pinned guide post on the official forum had more than 5 million likes. It could be said to have created the highest number of likes in the history of Battle Online. Sea King's Treasure Guide in the Void Ocean, produced by Lil Bailey, version 1, pinned by the official forum. Content. If you want treasures and spiritual materials, follow the map. I've put them there. Friendly reminder from Lil Bailey. Version 2 is still collecting information. Please stay tuned. Attached picture, area where the Sea King placed spiritual materials. Attached picture, area where the Sea King placed treasures. Attached picture, area where the Sea King placed treasures. There were a total of 13 maps in this pinned post. These maps clearly marked the storage points of the Sea King's spiritual materials and treasures, and even the distribution of guards at these storage points were clearly marked. This post caused quite a stir in the forum. In particular, the title of the post was Official Pinned, which meant that the content of the post was officially acknowledged, and the internal information was also true. Immediately, a large number of players began to advance toward the Void Ocean according to the map. As a large number of players obtained treasures and spiritual materials from the marked points on the map and shared more detailed information on the forum, the players who were initially watching from the sidelines could no longer hold back and began to swarm into the Void Ocean. Meanwhile, the players who had gained something from the game gave the post high praise. Invincible_loneliness. Thank you, Opie. Thank you so much. Your post has helped our guild gain a lot. Tip, 100 soul coins, a mammoth. Wow, I really looted a batch of spiritual materials based on the coordinates on the map. Tip, 100 soul coins, swordsman who abhors evil. Thank you, Opie. It must have taken you a lot of effort to explore these areas. This is your reward. Tip, 100 soul coins, dreadful_beast. 666, I found a material warehouse according to the coordinates. Although I was killed by the guards in the end, I got 3 spiritual materials. I just sold them and now I have money to change my class. Thank you very much. Tip, 50 soul coins, fat_happy_water. Opie, our team found the water screen island according to your map. We also found the treasure house, but we were accidentally discovered by the guards. In the end, we didn't get anything, but we still want to reward you. Tip, 50 soul coins. It could be said that this post officially opened the era of the Great Voyage for the players. After all, the main purpose of many players was to search for islands when they went out to sea. They were not sure if they could get anything from the sea. However, it was different now. The storage points of these treasures were clearly marked on the map. Even the players who could not afford to keep a ship could not help but use the soul coins they had saved to buy a Spectre ship, planning to go to the marked points to try their luck. The whole forum was filled with the atmosphere of yearning for the sea. The initiators of all this were, of course, Luwu and Bailey. Obtaining these sea maps was one of the main reasons why they recruited Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was one of the highest commanders of the Sea King Navy. He knew the Void Ocean very well, and he even knew the location of many islands that the Sea King used to store his treasures. Now that he had completely become a part of Beiki, he had nothing to hide, so he told them everything he knew. Bei Li, on the other hand, made more than 10 treasure maps of the Void Ocean according to Xiao Tian's words. Then, she posted them on the official forum using her Smurf account. She publicized the matter as a professional player and confirmed the authenticity of the post in the name of the official forum. Sure enough, the effect was great. Many of the places where the Sea King's treasures were stored were raided by the players. A large number of spiritual materials and spiritual items were stolen, causing a lot of trouble for the Sea King. Bei Li's Smurf account instantly became a professional player in the forum. She was even given the title of the god of exploration by the players. The reward below the post alone was more than 100,000 soul coins. Of course, these soul coins still went into Lu Wu's pocket. However, Lu Wu was prepared to face the possible consequences of such a large-scale raid, which was a full-scale war with the Sea King. At this stage, there was still a huge gap between the strength of the players and the Sea King Navy. However, Lu Wu also had someone that the Sea King was afraid of, and that was Tongua. At this time, the Sea King had no idea that Tonggua's ability was completely dependent on fate. Hence, Tongua could become a potential force that the Sea King was afraid of. Although a large-scale battle might not break out quickly, a small-scale battle was completely unstoppable. However, the players would not be afraid of a small-scale battle. They were completely immortal, and if they were to wear each other down, the Sea King Navy would definitely suffer a loss in overall strength, not Lu Wu's side. On the contrary, the players would gradually improve their overall strength in such a small-scale battle. Hence, Lu Wu's current idea was to create as many small-scale battles as possible and wear down the enormous strength of the Sea King Navy bit by bit until they were completely defeated in the end. Using war to nurture war. This was the invasion route that the players should take. Chapter 175. Beiki, the Arctic Abyss. A figure holding a wooden staff came from afar and slowly stepped into the world of ice and snow. His figure was soon covered by the swirling snow. After learning from Murphy that there was an inheritance in the Arctic Abyss, Qi Ming had made sufficient preparations and planned to explore it in search of an opportunity. Qi Ming was different from Ao Jian. His desire to become stronger was very steady and did not have the slightest drive. This was because he did not want to become stronger for the sake of becoming stronger. His main goal of becoming stronger was still to cultivate immortality. There were many opportunities for cultivation in this game, so he did not want to miss this opportunity. Just as Murphy said, the interior of the Arctic Abyss was very cold. As he went deeper and deeper, bloody words began to appear above his head. At this moment, Qi Ming waved his staff and a ferocious evil spirit drilled out of the ground and began to circle around him. The ability of the evil spirit isolated him from the outside world, and the bone-piercing chill suddenly subsided. Just as he wanted to go deeper, several figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Then the tall leading boy reached out his hand and waved at him. "Catch him!" Suddenly, several figures rushed toward him at an extremely fast speed. Qi Ming was shocked and quickly raised his staff to summon the spirits. However, they were too fast and he was smashed to the ground before he could react. "Hey, it's not them. We got the wrong person." After seeing Qi Ming's face clearly, the leading boy scratched his head, looking very embarrassed. "It's all your fault." At this moment, the boy next to him raised his fist and punched him in the face. Boom! A group fight broke out, causing the ground to tremble and snow to fly. Qi Ming stood up slowly and patted his clothes. He looked at the Ice Snow Clan teenagers who were fighting with a dumbfounded face. Initially, he thought it was a sneak attack, but it did not seem to be the case. It was a private dispute between them, and he was just inadvertently involved. After using analysis to look at the Ice Snow Clan teenagers, Qi Ming's face showed a surprised look. He thought about it and quickly walked toward the interior of the Arctic abyss. He could not afford to offend these teenagers. But before Qi Ming could take a few steps, another figure landed in front of him. It was none other than the overlord of the Arctic abyss, Frozen. He reached out and grabbed Qi Ming's shoulder. Then his body floated up into the air. Qi Ming felt his vision begin to blur. When his body stabilized, he found himself in front of an ice crystal cliff. There were many ice sculptures of creatures embedded in the cliff. "Foreigner, you've entered the Ice Snow Tribe's forbidden area. How do you want to die?" Qi Ming. Looking at the map that showed the forbidden area of the Ice Snow clan, Qi Ming was a little confused. "Weren't you the one who brought me here?" However, after analyzing Frozen's panel, Qi Ming could not help but be stunned on the spot. He could not imagine that the boy in front of him was a terrifying existence in the Ghost Emperor realm. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Frozen floated in the air and looked down at Qi Ming arrogantly. Didn't you bring me here?" Qi Ming whispered. "Shut up, you shameless bastard. You trespassed into the Ice Snow Clan's forbidden area without permission and violated the Ice Snow Clan's rules. You even dare to slander me?" "Qi Ming, you're amazing, you're right." Qi Ming suddenly did not want to explain anymore. "Although you violated the Ice Snow Clan's taboo, I can spare your life, but you have to answer a few questions of mine first." Frozen spoke again. Qi Ming looked up at Frozen and suddenly felt very tired. "If you want to ask questions, just ask. Why do you have to make it so scary? I'm not afraid of death. Ask away, clan leader Frozen." Frozen thought that Qi Ming had compromised, so he nodded proudly. "Let me ask you, who is the current lord of the land of Bakey?" He had asked Murphy and little Pomelo the same question before, but they told him that it was Lu Yen. This made Frozen think that the former king of Bakey was already dead, and he almost made a huge mistake. Hence, he decided to ask about it this time. "The king of Bakey?" "The king of Bakey is indeed the king of Bakey. I don't even know his name." After all, he had never been to Tonggua's place. Like most players, he did not know that the current king of Bakey was called Lu Yen. "You don't know? You're not from the land of Bakey?" Frozen looked a little surprised. "I'm a member of the Bakey army, but I really don't know the name of the king of Bakey." "All right, then let me ask you, do you know Northsea? Where is he in Bakey now?" "Northsea? I've never heard of him." Qi Ming shook his head again. "How is that possible? He's the strongest in Bakey. How could you not have heard of him?" Frozen's heart shuddered at the thought of the arrogant and despotic man who suppressed all the forces of Bakey and became the first king of Bakey in a supreme manner. "That's impossible. Aren't the strongest in Bakey the Rock Ghost King, the Hydra King, and other Ghost Kings?" Qi Ming was also stunned. Why did it feel like they were talking on a completely different channel? What T Rock, Ghost King, and Hydra King? Have you really never heard of Northsea? Frozen was a little exasperated. He could not understand what the king of Bakey was plotting. Why was there no longer any legend about him in the land of Bakey? What was even stranger was that he was still alive. So why was he not the king of Bakey anymore? "I've never heard of this person." Qi Ming looked at Frozen with a strange expression. "Impossible, impossible. By the way, tell me, how did the current king of Bakey ascend to the throne? I don't believe that he has the strength to seize the throne from my king." Frozen's face turned ferocious as he spoke. "The current king of Bakey is loved by all living beings in the land of Bakey. He's popular, so naturally he ascended to the throne." Qi Ming told him the background introduction that appeared when he first entered the game. "Are you AF * King Fool? Is there anyone in Bakey who doesn't fight for it?" Frozen rolled up his sleeves angrily, looking as if he was about to beat him up. "What I said is true. The current king of Bakey fought against the Black Dragon King for the sake of all living beings in the land of Bakey. He sacrificed himself for justice and finally turned into a fireball, perishing together with the Black Dragon King. saving all living beings in the land of Beiki. Qi Ming sighed as he recalled the shocking CG at the beginning of the game. Upon hearing this, Frozen's eyes widened. Who the hell is the Black Dragon King? Sacrificing himself for justice? Are you telling me a story? What Murphy and little Pomelo said last time was already a little unbelievable to him. This time, there was something even more ridiculous. Even the Black Dragon King had appeared. Frozen felt that his worldview would be overturned if he continued asking questions like this. Hence, he clenched his fists and picked up Qi Ming with his right hand. I can't stand you anymore. If I don't beat you until you scream, I'll admit defeat. Chapter 176. Skill Introduction. This is a special skill with no cooldown time. After using it, the user will be able to browse through the 3,000 ghost spells. The internal spells need to be learned on your own. Server announcement: congratulations to player Qi Ming for successfully advancing to the inherited class, Hades. Ghost Path. Yes, Qi Ming said calmly. Looking at Qi Ming, who had lost all hope in life, Frozen thought for a while and asked again, cough, cough. Kid, you're quite talented. How about it? Are you interested in joining the Ice Snow clan and becoming one of us? Let me have a look. Frozen nodded and waved his hand. A small black dot appeared and kept expanding as it rotated. In the blink of an eye, it had a diameter of 0.5 meter. Frozen was stunned when he heard this. He then lowered his head and pondered. Active effect. Use. Smile of the infinite incomplete. : help me find them and kill them. Frozen was furious when he thought of the 2 people who almost broke his legs. Since Frozen could not detect the existence of the artifact, it was a miracle to him. He was completely stunned by Qi Ming's talent. Skill Introduction. Activate the Realm of Ghost Realm. The realm lasts for 4 minutes. Every second, 10 low-level ghosts will be born in the realm of Ghost Realm. They will attack any non-party targets that enter the realm. Cooldown time, 48 hours. Frozen once stole some of the Ghost Path spells from it. However, because it did not match his own ability, he threw it away in the Ice Snow clan's treasure vault. Nevertheless, it was still an extremely high-level inheritance. He knew that it was the Ghost Path that he had been pursuing all his life. It was the true Ghost Path that he had been cultivating in seclusion in the Snow Mountain for 100 years. However, the person in front of him had just obtained the inheritance and understood its profound meaning. He had even changed the energy system flowing in his body. It was unbelievable to Frozen. Skill Introduction. After using this skill on the target will be marked with a cursed secret mark. The target will lose 5 HP per second for 120 seconds. The effect of this skill can be affected by the user's attributes. I can't beat him. While the players were in an uproar, Qi Ming's body began to digitize. After being beaten up, Qi Ming had no intention of helping him at all. He just wanted to see what Frozen, who did not have the cultivation of a powerhouse, wanted to do. Then, do you know these 2 people? Frozen waved his hand, and the ice crystals in front of him scattered. Then, the images of Murphy and little Pomelo appeared. Seeing the analysis of the black sphere, Qi Ming revealed a horrified expression. How could he not know how terrifying the value of the sphere was? However, Bing Fong, who had no cultivation at all, had given it to him so easily. Forget it, I can't beat them, Qi Ming said truthfully. Class Beginner Skills. 3,000 Ghost Path, Gold-ranked passive skill, Nether Ghost Steps, Soul Refining Secret Seal, Demonic Demon Heart Seal, Eerie Smile. Incomplete. After a fierce beating, Qi Ming was put down again. Passive Effect. Mark of the Sanluo Nether Clan, Royal Family of the Sanluo region, Nether Ghost Steps LV1: what can you give me? Qi Ming suddenly thought of something. After watching the battle between Murphy and Ao Jian, Qi Ming still had some self-awareness. Other than the self-explosion that he could not solve at the current stage, He really did not have any means to fight against the dark shadow duo with their ghostly movements. Skill notes. The strength of the ghosts born from the ghost realm is affected by the user's own attributes. Skill introduction. After this skill is used, the body will turn into a ghost body, increase movement speed by 500%, reduce physical damage by 60%, unable to cast spells in this state, lasts for 2 minutes, cooldown time, 30 minutes equipped weapon. Soul Devourer Staff, special custom-made weapon, can be forged with materials and soul coins provided by Tongua or the forging NPC. It was definitely impossible for him to help him kill people. Although he was focused on cultivation and longed for the immortal cultivator's inheritance, Murphy and little Pomelo had pointed out the location of the inheritance to him. Naturally, he would not help Frozen to kill them. Could this be considered as giving him a sweet date after giving him a slap? He was not a genius, he was simply a peerless genius. He had never seen such a terrifying existence in his life. If you continue to talk nonsense, believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Frozen clenched his fists, looking like he was still angry. How about this? I'll give you the ability to beat them, and you help me take revenge. Frozen said after thinking about it. Qi Ming did not say anything this time. He felt that Frozen should just beat him to death. He was really being bullied. Skill introduction. The target marked by this skill will be hated by resentful ghosts. Resentful ghosts will be randomly born near the target to attack the target. Cooldown time. 30 minutes duration. 10 minutes, however, he hated Frozen now, so he was naturally happy to swindle some benefits from him. Netherworld 1 Smile Stage. High-level inheritance from the land of Ether. Contains the power of 3,000 ghost paths. After fumbling around for a long time, Frozen took out a black ball and tossed it to Qi Ming. Qi Ming did not think much of it when Frozen praised him as a genius. 3,000 ghost paths, gold level, passive ability. Class introduction. The supreme inheritance of the Netherworld clan, the royal family of the land of Ether, contains the 3 smiles of Ether. The first smile can reverse life and death. The second smile can shock ghosts and gods, and the third smile can control the universe. At this moment, Qi Ming, whose face was bruised and swollen, was really dumbfounded. He had already told everything he knew. Why did he still get beaten up? Why did this ghost emperor in front of him not have any cultivation of a powerhouse? Suddenly, a game notification appeared. Don't worry, the Ice Snow clan has everything. I can help you find the inheritance of the ghost path. Feeling the ghost's spiritual power flowing in his body, Qi Ming's heart was filled with excitement. Resentful ghost heart seal, : I can let you go, as long as you promise me one thing. Frozen suddenly smiled. After thinking about it, Qi Ming chose to use it. You've comprehended the power of the Netherworld ghost path? Frozen asked in disbelief. Frozen, who noticed the change in Qi Ming's temperament, also widened his eyes. Qi Ming nodded in amazement, but a thought suddenly came to his mind. That's it. Although it's a broken inheritance, as long as you comprehend any part of this broken inheritance, you can obtain a large number of ghost path spells. What do you think? Do you want to make this deal? In the age of Dharma ending, those who could cultivate were geniuses, and he was the best among this batch of geniuses who could cultivate. Therefore, although Qi Ming was a little embarrassed by Frozen's compliment, he still gladly accepted it. Soul Refining Seal. However, he did not expect to obtain it so easily in this game world. Tears welled up in Qi Ming's eyes. Skill introduction. Life and death with a smile of the infinite. This skill is incomplete and needs to be comprehended by oneself. Before the skill is completed, it cannot be used. What path do you cultivate? Frozen looked at Qi Ming and asked. Demon Ghost. Skill notes. If you comprehend the Ghost Goo technique of the 3,000 Ghost Path, you can also use this kind of specific spells in this state. Netherworld Broken Inheritance Profession. The crystallization of the lifetime inheritance of the Netherworld clan's 23rd Elder, Netherworld Spring. It contains a large number of ghost path spells. Some skills need to be comprehended and mastered by oneself. At this time, Frozen reached into the black vortex and began to fiddle with it. Say it. Using this inheritance will overwrite the original inheritance profession. Do you want to continue using it? Thank you. Qi Ming's eyes flashed with excitement. He stood up and cupped his fists at Frozen. Chapter 177. Faced with Qi Ming, who was so talented, Frozen suddenly had the urge to take him under his command. After all, it was rare to find such a talent in Beiki. Even a person like Frozen, who had extremely high standards, felt a sense of eagerness at the sight of him. Join the Ice Snow Clan. Qi Ming was stunned. He could not help but look at the mission list, but there were no mission prompts. He shook his head. Why, are you looking down on the Ice Snow Clan? Frozen suddenly looked hostile and rolled up his sleeves. No. I'm a member of Beiki. Besides, I'm not a member of your clan. How can I join the Ice Snow Clan? So what? You can swear with your soul that you'll be loyal to the Ice Snow Clan and never betray us. Then, you'll be a member of the Ice Snow Clan. Hearing this, Qi Ming's eyes widened. Swear with my soul. That's too vicious. Although this was a game, Qi Ming did not dare to take the risk. After all, he knew how mysterious this game was. What if it came true? However, Frozen was so aggressive that Qi Ming did not know how to deal with it. After thinking for a while, he said, Clan leader Frozen, how about I help you kill those two first? We'll discuss this later. Hearing this, Frozen nodded after a few seconds of silence. Then his figure flashed and appeared behind Qi Ming. He patted his back. I've injected soul-devouring worms into your body. As long as you complete the mission, I'll help you. Otherwise, your soul will be devoured by the worms after 7 days. You'll die for sure. As Frozen's voice trailed off, Qi Ming felt a burning pain in his back. Then a game prompt appeared. Game prompt. You've been invaded by soul-devouring worms. Your soul has been parasitized. Game prompt. Parasitization failed. Soul-devouring worms are gradually dying. Countdown to death. 10 minutes. Seeing these two game prompts, Qi Ming had a strange look on his face. Looking at the smug Frozen, he felt ashamed. How is it? Do you feel a burning pain in your soul? This pain is still mild. As long as you kill those two as soon as possible and bring their heads to me, I'll help you. Otherwise, this pain will continue to intensify. You'll have to suffer by then. Qi Ming nodded with a strange look on his face. He looked at the countdown and quickly said, Clan leader Frozen, I won't delay any longer. I'll set off immediately and bring their heads here. All right, I'll send you out first. As he spoke, Frozen's figure flashed, and he grabbed Qi Ming's shoulder and flew into the sky with him. In the blink of an eye, they appeared outside the snow village. After landing, Qi Ming cupped his fists at Frozen. Clan leader Bing, goodbye. Frozen nodded proudly and flew back to the ice snow village. After Frozen left, Qi Ming decisively activated Nether Ghost Steps and ran out of the Arctic abyss. The demon-devouring insect was about to die. At that time, he was afraid that the ice seal would sense it and capture him again, so he decisively chose to quickly escape from this place. With a 500% increase in speed, Qi Ming, who was in his ghostly form, was like a phantom, shuttling through the world of ice and snow. 10 minutes passed. A game notification rang in Qi Ming's mind. Game notification. The evil devouring worm has died. At the same time, Frozen, who was standing at the top of the ice crystal cliff and admiring the ice sculptures below, suddenly trembled. Then, with a ferocious look on his face, his body suddenly floated into the air and quickly swept toward the periphery of the Arctic abyss. Just now, he sensed the death of the demon-devouring worm. He did not know how Qi Ming did it, but at this moment, he must not let Qi Ming escape from the Arctic abyss. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that Qi Ming would do as he said. At this time, Chi Ming had already run to the edge of the Arctic abyss. Looking at the outside world, which was less than 100 meters away, Chi Ming sped up again. How dare you run? At this time, an angry roar came from behind. Hearing the roar behind him, Chi Ming ran even faster. Just as Chi Ming ran out of the boundary, Frozen's figure appeared at the same time. Looking at Chi Ming, who was still dashing forward, Frozen suddenly stopped. Looking at the blue ice crystalline that isolated the Arctic abyss from the outside world, Frozen's expression was extremely ugly. He subconsciously wanted to step over it, but he quickly retracted his leg halfway. As long as he was given a few more seconds, Frozen believed that he could catch Chi Ming and bring him back. However, he knew the price of leaving the Arctic abyss. Last time, that person only gave him a warning to break his leg. This time, if he really dared to go out, it would not just be a broken leg. Based on his understanding of North Sea, he would really be killed. Ah! Frozen was so angry at this moment that he could not help but shout. As he shouted, sharp ice spikes rose from the ground around him, turning the area into an ice spike prison. Hearing the shout behind him, Chi Ming could not help but turn his head to look. He found that Frozen was only glaring at him from afar, but did not chase after him. This puzzled Chi Ming. However, he still stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at them curiously. "Come back here." Looking at Chi Ming, Frozen shouted angrily again. "You can't get out." Chi Ming asked curiously, "Are you coming in or not?" Frozen did not answer, but shouted again, "I'm not coming in." Knowing that Frozen could not get out, Chi Ming immediately calmed down and answered with a smile, "You ungrateful fellow. I was the one who gave you this inheritance." Frozen's eyes were filled with hatred. "You beat me up, so I took a part of your inheritance. Let's call it even. Moreover, the two people you mentioned were kind to me. How can I repay kindness with enmity?" Chi Ming said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Frozen felt like vomiting blood. After all, they were in cahoots. They came in one by one to cheat him of his inheritance. This was too shameless. "Are you coming in or not?" "I'm not coming in. Believe it or not, I'll come out and beat you to death." "I don't believe it. All right, if that's the case, I'll capture you now." Frozen, who was mad, lifted his foot and stepped out of the boundary. However, before his foot touched the ground, he quickly withdrew it. Then he quickly looked around twice, as if to check if anyone was there. After confirming that there was no one, he lifted his foot again and quickly withdrew it. Chi Ming was speechless. Frozen's behavior reminded Chi Ming of a picture posted by the players on the forum, testing the edge of death. JPG Frozen's current appearance was so similar to the one in the picture. After testing 5 or 6 times, Frozen gritted his teeth and suddenly crossed the boundary, rushing toward Chi Ming. Chi Ming was shocked and quickly turned around to run. Behind him, Frozen's smile gradually turned ferocious. Boom! With a loud noise, Frozen's figure was smashed back into the Arctic abyss at a speed 3 times faster than before. Chapter 178. With a loud bang, Frozen, who was already close to Chi Ming, was thrown back to the border of the Arctic abyss at an even faster speed. Although he heard the loud noise coming from behind him, Chi Ming did not dare to look back. He ran faster and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Feeling the pain in his chest, Frozen's face was filled with horror because he knew that his boss was here. At this time, a figure appeared above the pothole. He smiled and reached out his hand. "Oh, why did you fall? Come, let me help you up." My king, I can get up by myself." Frozen quickly climbed out of the pothole. My king, why do you have time to wander around here?" "Well, I have some matters to attend to in my clan. I need to go back and settle them." Frozen turned around and was about to leave. However, as soon as his body floated in the air, he was kicked back to the ground. "Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Let's go, I'll take you out for a walk." Dark North grabbed Frozen's hand and dragged him to the border. My king! I'm not going, I don't want to go out. Frozen shouted desperately. At this time, Frozen had completely lost his previous arrogant attitude. He was more like a child who was about to be punished. Your test just now was not bad. Why don't you show it to me again? Looking at Frozen, the white-haired old man grinned. My king, I won't dare to do it again. I know I'm wrong. Frozen lay on the ground, feeling wronged like a child. If you dare to test me again, I'll chop off whichever foot you stretch out. At this time, the white-haired old man glared at him. His aura condensed into a white tiger behind him. Frozen was so scared that he shrank his feet. My king, I know I'm wrong. Please don't hit me. Frozen seemed to know what was going to happen next. He held his head and begged for mercy again. However, the white-haired old man did not make a move. He turned around and looked at the Arctic abyss that was covered in snow. Then he looked at Frozen again. Frozen, what's your biggest dream in this life? Hearing this, Frozen slowly put down his hands, his face full of confusion. I want to live a peaceful life. After thinking about it, Frozen answered. Smack! Hearing this, Old Bike kicked Frozen in the butt. Even a pig can see your ambition. You still want to hide it from me? Isn't it just to regain control of Bakey and become the king of Bakey? The white-haired old man's words scared Frozen. He quickly lowered his head and shouted, Your Majesty, I've never wanted to be the king of Bakey. I'm absolutely loyal to you. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. All right, don't give me that. I can understand your desire to be the king of Bakey because I had the same thought as you back then. When Frozen heard this, he slowly raised his head. Just now, he thought that Dark North wanted to have a showdown with him and kill him in the end, but it did not seem to be the case. My king, what do you mean? Frozen asked, shrinking his head. It's good to have big dreams. Work hard, and maybe one day you will be one. The white-haired old man sighed, patted Frozen on the shoulder, and then turned to leave. Looking at the white-haired old man's back, Frozen was puzzled. He did not know what this sentence meant. At this moment, the white-haired old man stopped in his tracks. Frozen was so scared that he shrank his body again. The white-haired old man did not turn around. He stood still and said, Once my biggest dream was to take charge of Bakey and become the supreme master of the land of Bakey. In order to achieve this goal, I worked hard and struggled step by step. I tried my best to achieve this goal. Finally, it took me 100,000 years to become the king of Bakey. At that time, I was very excited and proud. But after I became the king of Bakey, I suddenly became very confused. I was so confused that I cried because I didn't know where to go next. I didn't know where the next goal in life could make me excited, make me worry, and make me feel that I could fight for it. At this point, the white-haired old man's figure slowly faded. It's good to have a dream, because the meaning of a dream is not only to be realized, but the process of realizing the dream is the meaning of your pursuit. Frozen, I'm giving you this opportunity to become stronger. When you are strong enough to defeat me, you will be the king of Bakey. After the white-haired old man left, Frozen was in a daze and fell into deep thought. Just as the white-haired old man said, although he swore loyalty to him, he had never truly surrendered to him, because his dream was to surpass him and become the supreme master of the land of Bakey. But this time, the white-haired old man's life realization made Frozen feel a little confused. If I become the king of Bakey, what is my next goal? Frozen fell into deep thought. Half a day later, Frozen, who was covered in snow, suddenly emerged from the snow. His expression revealed a sense of determination. No matter what the future holds, I will surpass you first. I am the future king of Bakey. Are you sure you don't want to start a Valentine's Day event? Bailey asked softly as she looked at the calendar. Should I? Lu Wu looked very surprised. But other games seem to have started Valentine's Day events for players to spend money, Bailey suggested again in a low voice. I don't think so. I don't want to see so many players showing off their love. I don't want to see it. But many players on the forum are asking why we don't have a Valentine's Day event. Bailey continued to instigate. Where is it? I'm going to delete it. Lu Wu's expression turned serious. Upon hearing this, Bailey clicked on the forum on her computer and pointed at it. Shueli_the_strongest. What about the Valentine's Day event? What about a mission that could only be completed by a couple? Why can't you show us your love? Invincible_loneliness. Why aren't there any Valentine's Day welfare activities? There are obviously activities for other holidays. What's going on? Crayon_Shinchan. I seriously suspect that the developers of this game are single dogs. That's why they're forcefully preventing us from activating the event benefits. Bad review. Watermelon_Taro. Originally, I was prepared to hide in a corner and watch you guys show off your affection in the game, but it seems like there's no Valentine's Day event today. My wife is the prettiest in the whole world. QVQ doesn't let me show off my love. I'm so angry. My husband is the most handsome in the whole world. QVQ, yeah, it's a Valentine's Day exclusive fashion, flowers and so on, Assassin's Creed. You're just playing a game and you're trying to show off your affection. You heartless heretics must be burned to death. Looking at the players' discussions in the forum, Bailey looked at Lu Wu again. Are we really not going to start it? Lu Wu nodded calmly and deleted a few posts that were showing off their love. He then added a paragraph to them. The forum system malfunctioned. It was an accident that the posts disappeared for no reason. Maintenance is in progress. Chapter 179. After learning about Xian Ke's resurrection method, Sangshu was full of fighting spirit. He could not wait to set off to the land of Sangshu and fight. You can stay at my house for the next few days and familiarize yourself with the world of the living. You'll be in charge of the European server once it's open. Remember, focus on improving the gameplay in the early stages. You can think about how to earn soul coins when the number of players increases. Sangshu, reconstruct. Sangshu, do you want to resurrect her? Over the phone, Wu Gui told him that the foreign server of Battle Online could be launched at any time. Sangshu was enraged when he heard this, but his expression turned gloomy and he could not help but sigh. What a pity. Since you don't want to live anymore, we're still very reasonable. Let's send you to reincarnation. They're not really dead. I can keep them in the artifact and continue to work for me, Sangshu quickly explained. As a player of Battle Online, Wu Gui naturally asked Lu Wu if the players of the European server would be together with the players of the local server. Bailey could not help but cover her face as she looked at Sangshu, who was blinded by love and was still grateful even after being tricked. A young boy who looked about 8 or 9 years old was curled up naked on the ground with his eyes closed. Smack! Lu Wu jumped up and slapped the back of his head. Sangshu's childish face looked a little sad when he heard this. A golden ball of light slowly appeared in his mind and spread out as his consciousness touched it. Information about the artifact suddenly rushed into his mind. Lu Wu immediately scanned the body of the Shota version of Sangshu with the artifact. While speaking, Bailey suddenly hugged the enlarged cotton candy and pulled it down from the air. The devouring of soul coins was forcibly interrupted at this moment. Sangshu's face turned pale when he heard this. The memory of the helpless era suddenly appeared in his mind. What do you want to do to give her to me? Sangshu pleaded, his previous indifference completely gone. Sangshu was stunned when he heard this. He had already understood part of the artifact's abilities and the power of digitization, so he could completely understand Lu Wu's words. Literally, can you brainwash this guy? He's too stubborn. Tonghua is much easier to control. Lu Wu looked helpless. Sangshu was sure that this was the person he loved the most when he sensed the aura from the ball of light at such a close distance. While they were waiting, The viscous, black liquid inside the light ball began to spread and gradually covered the interior of the light ball. Li climbed down from the light ball and stood beside Lu Wu, waiting with him. At this stage, he planned to launch the European server first. When the number of players had stabilized, he would rely on the influence of the European server and the local server to launch the Asian server, the American server, and other servers. He wanted to ask Lu Wu if he had made the necessary arrangements. Character condition. The reshaping process was forcibly interrupted. His strength has only recovered to the early stage of the Ghost King. Abilities and spells have not changed. Lu Wu jumped down from Sangshu's shoulder and shook his head. I have no other choice. Li and Lu Wu's expressions did not change when they heard what Sangshu said. Li continued to knead the cotton candy as if she did not hear what Sangshu said. Sangshu rubbed the back of his head, looking a little confused. He looked down at his naked body and his eyes widened. Lu Wu was the one who came up with the idea of the 7 servers. Who needs your help? I'm still alive. The war of the fairy and the underworld is inevitable. You guys have made a huge mistake. She's resurrected and is in the process of incubation. Let's wait for a while. Li sat cross-legged on the light ball and bounced along with it. Otherwise, she was afraid that Sangshu would be too eager for soul coins and exploit the players too much, turning the game into a pay-to-win game. Okay, you will be the agent of the land of Sangshu in the future, especially when it comes to issuing quests. To be honest, I spent 150 million soul coins to resurrect you. Although I don't need as much as you to resurrect her, I'll need at least 80 million. So work hard to earn soul coins and resurrect your beloved as soon as possible. I want you to dominate Sangshu again and become His Excellency Sangshu. Sangshu quickly calmed down and sank his consciousness into a sea of consciousness. After meeting Xian Ku, Sangshu was now completely convinced. He even changed the way he addressed himself. After all, from his point of view, the people who were paying attention to this matter were almost at the level of the great emperor. To him, it was impossible to deceive everyone. About half an hour later, there was some movement inside the black light ball. The outer layer of the light ball gradually melted and revealed the interior. Bailey nodded. With a thought, a large amount of soul power stored in the artifact space gathered and flowed into the white light ball. Love really makes people stupid. Lu Wu could not help but remind Sangshu when he saw the excitement on his face. Since the European server was about to open, Lu Wu naturally could not be distressed about the soul coins anymore. He immediately called Li, who was having her meal, and discussed with her the deployment plan of the players in the land of Sangshu and the resurrection of Sangshu. Thank you. Sangshu was grateful. She's gone. I have no attachment to this world anymore. Moreover, if you want me to deal with my former subordinates, I won't agree, even if I have to die again. At this moment, Lu Wu was looking at the digitized soul coin storage panel with a distressed expression. Looking at the rapidly decreasing amount of soul coins, Lu Wu felt like his body was being hollowed out. Don't worry, those guys in the world of immortals think you're dead because they saw your soul vanish with their own eyes. Li said with her arms akimbo, looking very proud. That's too cruel. Isn't it inappropriate? Your subordinate understands. Li shook her head. Oh no, Sangshu's strength is far stronger than we thought. I don't think he can be resurrected without 50 million soul coins. Li looked at Mian in surprise. Why did I become smaller? A moment later, Woo! Let's continue sending this guy to reincarnation. Sigh, what a pity. It was supposed to be a great opportunity, and it could have fulfilled your 100 lifetimes of love, Bailey said with a disappointed look on her face. Kid, who asked you to kill your former subordinates? You know that the artifact has the ability to digitize them. As long as their souls are not destroyed, they can still live well after we digitize them, right? Maybe it's because of insufficient soul power replenishment. This is His Excellency Sangshu. I can't bear to see you become enemies with your former subordinates. Why don't we just let it go? Lu Wu said, as if he couldn't bear to see that scene. Hey, I'm not an unreasonable person. Originally, you were supposed to hand over the soul coins you earned to us. After all, this is the price we have to pay for resurrecting you. However, I won't take the first 80 million soul coins you earned from the land of Tsangshu. When you have enough, you can use the soul coins to resurrect Xianke. However, I want to make it clear to you that after this 80 million soul coins, all the soul coins you earned will be taken by me. You have to understand this. That's impossible. I'll still die if I go back. Those bastards in the world of immortals will never let me go. After some thought, Tsangshu shook his head. Who are you? Didn't my soul vanish? The little Tsangshu boy asked with a puzzled look. You want me to become enemies with my former subordinates. I, Tsangshu, will never let you have your way. Tsangshu looked stubborn, as if he would rather die than submit. What a lovey-dovey show. Lu Wu waved his hand in disdain and said. Seeing that Tsangshu had compromised, Lu Wu smiled and gave Bei Li a look. Upon seeing this, Bei Li threw the light orb in her hand to Tsangshu. Who are you? Where is this place? Tsangshu, who came back to his senses, raised his head and asked Lu Wu while covering his lower body with his hands. Little Tsangshu, we're the ones who saved your soul from vanishing. How does it feel to be resurrected? Lu Wu asked with a smile. Is this Ku'er? Tsangshu's body was trembling as he walked towards Bei Li. He wanted to reach out and touch her, but she dodged his touch with a sidestep. Looking at Tsangshu's attributes, Lu Wu couldn't help but cover his face. Almost 20 million soul coins in exchange for a Ghost King beginner. After all, he didn't have to spend a single cent to subdue Tonghua and Xiao Tian. In his opinion, Lu Wu's actions were too kind. Not only did he resurrect him, but he also resurrected Xian Ku so that they could reunite. Tsangshu looked doubtful, as if he didn't believe it at all. I have to say, you're a genius, but you're very stupid in some aspects. Do you think it's so easy to go against the natural order? Even we, who have artifacts, wouldn't dare to be as brazen as you. Lu Wu was speechless. At this moment, Bei Li waved her hand and a white light orb appeared in her hand. It kept changing its shape as she rubbed it. No, I agree. Tsangshu looked at the cotton candy and pleaded sincerely. Looking at Tsangshu, who had lost his fighting spirit, Lu Wu sighed inwardly. He couldn't help but beat his chest when he thought of the huge amount of soul coins needed to restore Tsangshu. Hearing this, Lu Wu suddenly jumped up and slapped the back of Tsangshu's head. After knowing that it was a big map outside of Beiki, Wu Guoyi asked about the new server out of curiosity. After understanding the situation, he held a deployment meeting according to Lu Wu's instructions and prepared to start the promotion of Battle Online's European server. Receiving the light orb in a panic, Tsangshu's face was full of love as he felt the aura on it. Are you sure? Bei Li asked again. How is it? Has it been resurrected? Lu Wu asked anxiously. He planned to set the world servers into 7 main servers, namely the local server, the European server, the Asian server, the American server, North America, the Australian server, Oceania, the African server, Africa, and the Brazilian server, South America. However, he didn't expect Wu Gui to finish the deployment so quickly. Lu Wu glanced at it. It's quite small indeed. In less than half an hour, the cotton candy had already devoured half of the soul coins. However, the speed of devouring did not slow down. Instead, it was getting faster and faster. On this day, Lu Wu was lying on the sofa cultivating when he suddenly received a call from Wu Gori. At this moment, Tsangshu's body trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. Character details. The former lord of the land of Tsangshu. He plotted for 10,000 years and defied the natural order to prolong the life of his lover. However, his love for 100 generations was ultimately severed after he failed to defy the natural order. Unable to redeem himself, he willingly dispersed his soul. Bei Li smiled when she heard this. Sangshu raised his head with a complicated expression. Kid, I'm the boss here. I'll beat you to death if you call yourself the king again. At this moment, the giant light ball that had its devouring interrupted was bouncing on the ground. Bei Li was lying on top of it with a curious look on her face, bouncing along with the light ball. I'm not asking you to be His Excellency Sangshu. I'm asking you to help me manage a batch of new forces that are about to emerge in the land of Sangshu. You lead them to start from scratch and dominate the entire land of Sangshu again. Lu Wu explained, that's even more impossible. Even the great emperor can't restore his soul after dispersing it. Don't try to deceive me any more. Sangshu put on a stubborn face, as if he wouldn't believe anything Bailey said. Sangshu was dumbfounded as he read through the information regarding the artifact and the players. He kept reading the information. Are you sure? Bei Li suddenly asked with a smile. How is that possible? How did you guys do it? The white light ball emitted a gentle light as it was filled with soul power. A small black ball was rotating and shrinking inside as if it was nurturing life. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu leaped onto Sangshu's shoulder and pressed his claw on Sangshu's head. Sangshu, I've digitized you when I reconstructed you. Go through the information in your mind and you'll understand. He propped himself up with his hands, his face still filled with doubt. However, he soon realized that Lu Wu and Bei Li were looking at him with disdain. Do I need you to believe me? I'm not discussing it with you. We've saved you, so we're your boss. Just listen to us from now on. Bei Li was stunned when she heard this. She recalled Sangshu's purpose of defying the heavens and suddenly understood Sangshu's feelings. Did you capture the wrong person? Lu Wu looked at Bei Li suspiciously. Stop rubbing. Sangshu's heart ached when he saw Bei Li pulling and rubbing him. Then what should we do? Lu Wu was stunned. His heart was bleeding as he looked at the inventory that was now less than 10 million. Yes, Sangshu said without hesitation. There's no other way. We can only give up on recovering completely and recover part of it first. I agree. Give Ku-air back to me. This is your chance to be reborn. Seize it. You still have a chance to make a comeback. Currently, Lu Wu had more than 20 million soul coins on him. Resurrecting Sangshu was not a problem. The biggest problem now was how to arrange the background for the players to appear in the land of Sangshu. However, Lu Wu was somewhat comforted when he thought that he was about to have a super powerful person as his subordinate. Bei Li took out the white cotton candy that she had been using as a cushion and rubbed it reluctantly. Lu Wu immediately nodded in agreement. However, he hoped that Wu Gui would be the first to start promoting the game. As for the European server, he would settle it within 10 days. Bei Li indicated that she would make a decision after resurrecting Sangshu. I'm tired, and I don't want to fight anymore. However, I hope that you will spare my subordinates when you conquered Sangshu. If you have no choice but to kill them, please keep them in your artifact and make them part of your force. Looking at the remaining 3 million soul coins, Lu Wu's heart ached. She had such a big appetite. Bei Li nodded solemnly. What's so cruel about it? In the underworld, the winner takes it all. The law of survival that hasn't changed for billions of years is the truth. You are indeed dead and your soul is gone. The current you is restored with a part of your soul. Do you understand now? Bei Li explained again. Let's begin. Lu Wu could not help but remind her. No. Bei Li continued to rub it, having fun. What's the purpose of resurrecting me? Sangshu seemed to have thought of something and quickly asked. I'm tired. I don't want to fight anymore. Sangshu continued to shake his head, looking as if he had lost all interest in the world. Lu Wu had nothing to hide about this, so he told Wu Gui the truth. The players of the European server would be in the same plane as the players of the local server, but it would not be Beiki. Instead, it would be the land of Sangshu, which was north of Beiki, past the North Rocks. Were you the ones who stopped my heaven-defying plan? Then the two figures appeared in the artifact's space. Such a strong desire to live. Sangshu's expression changed as he looked at the white ball of light and felt the familiar aura from it. However, Lu Wu's expression gradually became dull when he saw the interior of the space. All right. Sangshu's expression was firm. His heart was filled with desire for soul coins. Chapter 180. After the European server entered the deployment stage, Lu Wu opened up a new page in the forum. The players who entered the forum were surprised to find that there was a switchable page next to their own forum with the word European written on it. Suddenly, a large number of local players flooded in. Crayon_Shinchan. I'm the first person to post on the European server. I'm the master here from now on. Laughing emoji. Shueli_the strongest. Look, everyone. This is the land we're going to invade in the future. Laughing emoji. Invincible_loneliness. I wonder if they're in Beiki. I'm looking forward to it. Even if they're not in Beiki, as long as we're in the same world, we'll definitely conquer them. Laughing emoji. Peppa_bor. Let's take this opportunity to develop quickly and slaughter them as soon as possible. Hurry! Watermelon_Taro. I hope they're in Beiki. If that's the case, a low-level player like me will have a chance to show off. Then I can confidently shout, I want to fight 10 of them. While the players were discussing in the forum, Bailey was making a translation tool. After all, the land of Tsangshu and Beiki were only separated by the North Rocks at this stage. Once the Rock Ghost King fell, there would definitely be communication between the two regions. Due to the language barrier, it was necessary to have a real-time translation software. Not only in the game, but also in the forum, Bailey had also set up a real-time translation function. This way, when the local players browsed the European server's forum, they would see Chinese. Similarly, when the European server's players browsed the local server's forum, they would also see their own language. This kind of unhindered communication could effectively improve the overall development of the players. So Lu Wu was not careless at all. As for the friction between the players in the big regions, Lu Wu did not think that it was inappropriate. After all, wherever there were people, there would be conflicts. The competition between players was also a source of motivation for them to become stronger. While Bailey was busy, the young Sangshu was staring at the computer screen, moving the mouse clumsily and absorbing modern knowledge from the internet. Didn't you understand the world of the living when you were fighting against the heavens? Lu Wu looked up at Sangshu and could not help but ask. No, although the Yin talisman can travel between the Yin and Yang, it can't be used casually. If you use it too much, you'll be discovered by the bastards from the world of immortals. They'll use the Treaty of the Three Realms as an excuse to harass you. A trace of anger flashed across Sangshu's face. By the way, do you still have your Yin talisman? Bailey, who was moving her fingers in the air to control the artifact, remotely asked. No, but I can use summon it if you want, Sangshu said. I need. Oh. Sangshu nodded and made a grabbing motion in the air. A black rune fragment slowly appeared in his hand and fell into his grasp. Sangshu looked at the Yin talisman in his hand and threw it to Bailey without hesitation. She continued to work after taking it. Wu, above her, why do you still have Yin talismans after you're dead? Lu Wu asked curiously. Every lord of a large region would be bestowed with a Yin talisman by the great emperor. This talisman is bound to my soul, and no one else can use it except me. This talisman is unique to me, so I can naturally summon it back, Sangshu explained, his eyes still staring at the screen. Dragon of the king. What Wu of Lu of stupid? Isn't the reason why the artifact has the ability to travel through Beiki because of your Yin talisman? Our destination this time is Tsangshu, so naturally we need his Yin talisman. Although I can also make Yin talismans, it's too complicated and I can't do it in a short time. Isn't this ready-made? It'll save us a lot of trouble. Lu Wu nodded his head and turned to Tsangshu again. Sangxiu, how powerful were you back then? Not bad, Ghost Emperor peak. Lu Wu was speechless. Have you ever seen someone named Lu Yan? Lu Wu's heart was filled with curiosity when he thought of his ancestor. Lu Yan, His Excellency of Beiki? Sangxiu turned around in shock. Yes, I have. This brat thinks that he's the ruler of Beiki. How dare he challenge me in the land of Sangxiu, claiming that he wants to unify the underworld. In the end, I beat him up so badly that he had to go back with his tail between his legs. Sangxiu could not help but smile as he recalled the past. However, Sangxiu noticed that something was wrong with Lu Wu's expression. Then he saw Lu Wu flashing his claws and pouncing toward him. Sangxiu did not dare to resist Lu Wu's attack. He could only lower his head and hug Xian, Soul Ball looking dumbfounded. After avenging his ancestor, Lu Wu let out a sigh of relief. He sat on the computer desk and asked again, "Then, do you still know the first king of Beiki?" Can I say that I don't?" Sangxiu felt a little tired. How could he get beaten up just by answering a question? Was there any justice in this world? What was worse was that he did not dare to resist even though he was stronger than him. Sangxiu felt a little better after looking at Xian Ku in his arms. "Speak." Lu Wu glared at him. At this stage, he was getting more and more curious about the first king of Beiki. Although the king of Beiki was long gone, Lu Wu had noticed the existence of this person from the players' activities in Beiki. This old man is really scary. I even suspect that he has broken through to the godly state. All that's left is for the great emperor to light up the divine fire and add his name to the underworld god list. What do you mean? He's not dead? Lu Wu was stunned. I guess he's still alive. In this world of the underworld, I don't think anyone can control him except the gods. He's that strong. Do you know how terrifying the land of Beiki was hundreds of thousands of years ago? Every clan was like a lunatic, and each clan had a ghost emperor powerhouse. All of them wanted to compete for the position of king of Beiki in the land of Beiki. Among them, the most terrifying was the Ice Snow clan, the descendants of the gods of Beiki. Guess what happened in the end? All of these clans failed in the competition and were brutally suppressed by a guy named North Sea. In the end, in order to preserve their clans, all of these clans swore allegiance to him without exception. Don't you think he's powerful? The Ice Snow clan. Lu Wu suddenly thought of the two inherited classes that appeared recently. They seemed to be related to the Ice Snow clan. Since the leader of the Ice Snow clan has reached the Ghost Emperor realm, and he's still alive, why doesn't he come out to fight for the throne? The first king of Beiki is no longer around. How would I know? Maybe he's tired and wants to live in seclusion. Sangxiu was speechless. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu stroked his cat whiskers, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. The Ice Snow clan is still around, but they live in seclusion. There are also the ghost soldiers hidden in the evil Nightmare City, and the Earth-breaking clan that was recently discovered by the players in the barren grassland. These seem to be the great clans of ancient Beiki. But why are they living in seclusion now? Is there a secret behind this? Are there other clans that live in seclusion in Beiki? Thinking of this, Lu Wu fell into deep thought. Chapter 181. After Li fixed the translation function of the game and the forum, the three of them began to study the initial class interface for the new players in the European server. Unlike the players in the local server, Lu Wu planned to open up 3 new development paths. They were the Barbarian, the Necromancer, and the Knight. The changes to the initial classes this time were not only in terms of names, but also in the distribution of attributes after leveling up. At this moment, there were 2 blueprints on the table in front of the sofa. One was the initial class development blueprint for the players in the local server, and the other was the new class development blueprint for the players in the European server. Both blueprints were also marked with the corresponding bonus abilities of the attributes. Strength and physique determines the power of physical attacks and weight-bearing capacity endurance. Strength and physique determines the ability to withstand attacks and endurance, running, continuous physical exertion, and the speed of physical recovery. Affects the amount of health points. Agility, strength and physique determines the speed of movement and attack. Affects the efficiency of evasion. Perception, strength and spirit determines the ability to observe. A strong perception can detect the slight changes in the surroundings. Effectively improves the detection of weaknesses. Divine sense, strengthened spirit affects the fluency of casting spells and the effects of spells triggered after casting spells. Slightly affects the ability to control. Manipulation, strengthened spirit affects the ability of summoning classes to control their summoned creatures. The stronger the attribute, the more creatures they can control. Willpower, special attribute cannot be changed by soul power elemental resistance. Special attribute cannot be changed by soul power. These 6 attributes were the strengthening methods that Bailey set for the players. Every time the players killed monsters and obtained soul power, they would be strengthened according to the corresponding attribute ratio set by each class. One of the blueprints on the table clearly marked the growth ratio of different classes at this stage. Berserker, initial class 50% of the soul power obtained from killing monsters, minus the commission, will be used to strengthen strength, 40% will be used to strengthen endurance, and 10% will be used to strengthen agility. Assassin, initial class 48% of the soul power obtained from killing monsters will be used to strengthen strength, 28% will be used to strengthen agility, 13% will be used to strengthen perception, and 11% will be used to strengthen endurance. Sorcerer, initial class 75% of the soul power obtained from killing monsters will be used to strengthen divine sense, 17% will be used to strengthen perception, and 8% will be used to strengthen endurance. At this moment, the 3 of them were discussing how to determine the distribution of the 6 attributes for the 3 classes on the other blueprint. They wanted to make it completely different from the class interface of the local server. At this stage, Lu Wu's suggestion was to westernize the professions. Therefore, apart from changing the names of barbarians, necromancers, and knights, the distribution of their attributes should also be completely different. After that, Bailey gave him a new plan for soul power distribution and growth. Among them, the plan set by the barbarians was to completely take the berserk path, and the distribution of soul power was extremely extreme. Barbarian, initial class use 72% of the soul power obtained from killing monsters to strengthen strength, 14% to strengthen endurance, and 14% to strengthen agility. Among them, the necromancer setting was an enhancement method that focused on controlling living creatures. It was also the first summoner's interface in Battle Online. Necromancer, initial class 50% of the soul power obtained from killing monsters is used to strengthen control, 30% to strengthen spirit, 10% to strengthen perception, 10% to strengthen endurance. The last night's strengthening method was even more extreme. It was designed for players who purely wanted to be tanky. Knight, beginner class 76% of the soul power obtained from killing monsters is used to strengthen endurance, 14% to strengthen strength, 5% to strengthen agility, and 5% to strengthen perception. Completely different soul power distribution and growth methods formed 3 new beginner professions. Now, the 3 of them were discussing whether there was a need to modify the distribution templates of the 3 professions. The growth method is not bad, but I don't like the names of the professions. In my opinion, they should be named Fighting Soldier, Barbarian, Psychic, Necromancer, and Bronzebones Knight. This is more in line with the style of the land of Psangshu. Psangshu expressed his opinion. Bailey heard him and looked at Lu Wu. Wu, what do you think? Lu Wu stroked his cat whiskers and nodded. I think it's good. I think it's not bad. Westernizing can increase their sense of immersion. I agree. 2 votes for, 1 against, pass. Bailey waved her hand. Psangshu was suddenly depressed. He wanted to say something, but was hesitant, but he did not dare to. Next, we'll discuss the skills that these professions need to learn after they grow. Do you have any suggestions? Bailey propped herself up with her small hand and asked the two of them. I think the skill pavilion is stored in the artifact space anyway, so it can be used everywhere. We just need to filter out the skills that are not suitable for these three professions. Lu Wu raised his cat paw and made his suggestion. If we want to westernize the skills, I have a lot of collections in my library. However, I'm not sure about the current situation of His Excellency's palace. If it has been occupied, then we can attack His Excellency's palace first and plunder its resources. Just like the Mansion of the Dead, we can be the first development site. Good idea. Bailey slammed the table and looked like she agreed with him. No, Sangshu is different from the Mansion of the Dead. The Mansion of the Dead was burned down, and there are no valuable resources left, which is why the players can settle down. However, there are so many resources in His Excellency's palace, so it must be occupied by powerful people. It's not easy to take them, so we need to move to a remote place where no one will pay attention to. Then 1 vote against, 2 votes for. Let's go with Wu's suggestion. Bailey thought for a while and announced the result of the discussion again. Sangshu was speechless. Damn it, don't I have the right to vote? Why doesn't it matter how many people there are? Sangshu was even more depressed when he thought about it. By the way, Sangshu, in your region, which region do you think has the weakest forces and is suitable for the players to start off? Lu Wu turned to Sangshu. Actually, Sangshu is quite united. If there is an invasion, the entire region will gather together and destroy the foreign forces, Sangshu said after thinking for a while. Lu Wu was speechless. So ruthless. How are the players going to survive then? Lu Wu's eyes widened. But it's not certain. There have always been conflicts between the ghost kings and ghost generals under me. In the past, they didn't dare to turn against each other because of me. But now that I'm dead, they might have already started a war. After all, everyone wants to be the new His Excellency. Lu Wu nodded. This is a big problem. In the next few days, you better change your identity and go to the land of Sangshu to see what's going on. If a war has already broken out, that would be the best. Then you can choose a remote location that is not affected as the player's initial birthplace. All right, Sangshu agreed without hesitation. In fact, he wanted to start the game even more than Lu Wu so that he could revive his beloved as soon as possible. By the way, what's my identity to the players? Sangshu could not help but ask. Change your name, whatever you want. As long as it's not Sangshu, I'll make up a tragic background for you. For example, the heir of His Excellency Sangshu, or the former ruler of the land of Sangshu, who was betrayed by his subordinates. In short, the goal is to guide the players to take revenge and reclaim the land of Sangshu. Sangshu was speechless. Although Sangshu wanted to give some advice to Lu Wu's suggestion, he knew that it would be useless. So he sighed. Then I'll be called Xian Su. As for the background, I'll leave it to you. No problem. Then the third question is about the player's equipment panel, Bailey continued. After glancing at the two, Bailey said again, Actually, you can leave this to me. You just need to modify the appearance of the equipment to match the Western aesthetic. There's no need to change the attributes of the equipment at all. Just copy the template, and it'll be like putting on a new layer of clothing. Lu Wu and Sangshu had no opinion on this and agreed. The fourth topic is about the formulation of the main quest. Sangshu, you have a better understanding of the land of Sangshu. You tell us. We'll think about the plot development of the main quest and the special quest. The fifth topic, the setting of the NPCs. The sixth topic. The three of them continued their heated discussion about the new setting of the European server. Chapter 182. He clearly remembered that just a few hours before Reinhardt left, he was still mumbling about how he must get something good in the next dungeon. Why did he change so much all of a sudden? Why do you still want to play that lousy game? I told you, that lousy game is going to close down. Now, there's a huge opportunity in front of us. This is a chance for us to make a comeback. Do you understand? Reinhardt turned his head and looked at McCrae with a look of exasperation. Under the dim streetlight, a young man lay motionless on the ground. There was a coin-sized wound on the back of his head, and some unclotted blood remained on the ground. He subconsciously reached out to touch it and found that his hand was covered in blood. "All right, Mr. Reinhardt. You live on Flying Bird Street. Are you sure you want to drive here?" This speculation made Reinhardt panic. He could not figure out if all this was a prank or if it really happened. Looking at his reluctant best friend, Reinhardt was speechless. However, he could understand his best friend's feelings at the moment. Ding, medical treatment completed. The medical fee is 20,000 yuan. Do you need me to send you home, Mr. Reinhardt? At this moment, the voice of the artificial intelligence sounded. The Battle Online European server is launched today. If you want to experience the 100% authentic game, the Battle Online European server was launched today. Hello, Reinhardt? Originally, he would have been distressed by the 20,000 yuan medical fee for a long time. However, he felt that everything was not a problem now. As long as he seized the opportunity of the Battle Online server's launch in advance, not to mention 20,000 yuan, even 2 million yuan, or even 20 million yuan would not be a problem. It's me. I have something urgent to tell you now. Listen carefully. At this moment, he realized that he had thrown away the jacket he was wearing. Why was he wearing it again? Listen to me. I know you're very excited now. I can see that, but you really need to rest, McCrae advised with a solemn face. Reinhardt's solemn tone seemed to have shocked the person on the other end of the phone. There was a rustling sound, followed by another voice on the other end of the phone. These two posts were the key to his rise. In this life, I will never let those original players bully me again. From now on, I am the main character of this world. Even if you start the game 3 months earlier, I will definitely surpass you. However, it was different this time. Now that he had traveled to another world, his mind was filled with all kinds of game knowledge from the past 2 years of Battle Online's operation, as well as the strategies for many quests. Didn't that mean that he also had the chance to become an all-powerful character? The familiar street, the skateboard in the grass not far away, and the bloodstains under the streetlights. Looking at the time on his phone, Reinhardt hurriedly stood up and began to look around. Kata! The car door was unlocked. Reinhardt, who couldn't figure it out, panicked. He quickly turned on his phone screen to call the police. Where am I? Say it, I'm listening. I heard it very clearly. You knocked your head. This is not a small matter. The voice on the other end of the phone also sounded very serious. Reinhardt had tears in his eyes when he saw the familiar interface of the official website. Battle Online. Today is the opening day of the server. It's the most important early stage. At this moment, his wound had yet to heal. After running up 5 floors in a row, Reinhardt did not feel tired at all. Instead, he was full of energy. February 16th, 2319, Reinhardt suddenly felt that something was wrong. He was clearly discussing with his guild friends on how to launch a counterattack against Bakey. Why was he lying on the street all of a sudden? In McRae's opinion, all of this must have been caused by a broken head. Moreover, as long as he was strong enough, he believed that many big guilds would offer him a high salary to join them. At this moment, Reinhardt was very grateful to the 2 guys who shared the process of obtaining the inheritance. Thinking of this, Reinhardt quickly put his hand into his pocket to see if he was missing anything. Get rich? Where to get rich? McCrae looked very confused. One was a dark knight and the other was a demon hunter. Both of these professions were extremely powerful. In the later stages of the game, they even showed their brilliance in several cross-server competitions that caught the world's attention. Oh my God! I really traveled to another world. After he entered the back seat, a few scanning lights were cast toward him. Reinhardt's eyes were shining with excitement. He took a few steps forward and grabbed McRae's shoulder. At this moment, the young man opened his eyes. He subconsciously wanted to prop himself up, but he immediately felt a pain at the back of his head. All right then, Just 12 hours. Come with me to farm gold when the time comes. The rent is almost paid. Haha, we're going to be rich. We're really going to be rich. While the mechanical arm was treating his wound, Reinhardt's gaze swept toward a TV screen in the medic car. Looking at the image on the screen, he was still thinking about what was going on with the strange scene just now. Reinhardt, I think I understand why you suddenly became like this. It looks like your injury is not light. Where are you? I'll come over right away. If it was previously a prank, then the advertisement in the medic car could not be fake. He was very clear about the future influence of the game Battle Online. Medic car, send me home, Reinhardt shouted excitedly after hanging up the phone. Are you really not playing Legends of the Storm anymore? McCrae walked to his side with a bowl of noodles and asked softly. He knew that if he could become stronger in the game, then his life would change. That was because anything valuable in the game could be turned into cash in the game. Looking at the restless and excited Reinhardt, McCrae could not help but whisper again. A moment later, an intelligent ambulance came from afar and stopped beside him. Wait for me, I'll be right back. I'll tell you when I'm back. Since you're not playing anymore, then give me your account. I'll open a double account and earn more money. Thinking of this, Reinhardt suddenly became excited. He had changed his wallet 2 years ago, and so had his cell phone. In addition to the jacket on him, what was going on? Could it be a prank? Or have I really been kidnapped and robbed? Checking. Beep. Identity confirmed. Mr. Reinhardt, good evening. Please get in the car. I'll do my best to treat you. After seeing the large banner on the home page of Battle Online's countdown icon, Reinhardt's face showed a hint of relief. He knew that his life was really going to change. Beep. Please confirm your identity. The voice of the mechanical intelligence sounded. The bustling fog city seemed very quiet at night. Did I time travel to 2 years ago? Seeing this, Reinhardt reached out his hand and pressed his fingerprint on the identification card handed out by the ambulance. He staggered a few steps forward, but the pain from his wound made him stop in his tracks. Whatever, what time is it now? The server will open at 10 o'clock sharp. Let's get ready. While speaking, Reinhardt came to his game table, turned on the computer, and took out the game helmet that was connected to the computer. The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, then slowly said, just 12 hours. Hurry up and finish your noodles. Let's download the game first, then check the forum. Looking at the bandage on Reinhardt's head, McRae's face showed that he had expected it. Seeing this, Reinhardt opened the car door and got in. At this moment, the screen flashed and suddenly an advertisement popped up. Are you okay? I'm not playing anymore. This lousy game is not far from closing down. Don't be fooled by its popularity now. That's because Battle Online hasn't launched its European server yet. While speaking, Reinhardt opened the website skillfully and entered the download URL of Battle Online 173. Trust me, okay? We've been brothers for so many years, I won't lie to you. Tonight, come with me to play Battle Online. But in this life, he could only say sorry. McCrae looked at Reinhardt, who had changed drastically, and was stunned for a few seconds. Reinhardt, who could no longer walk, could only take out his phone and click on the medical service. After choosing the intelligent treatment service, he sat on the spot and waited. Stop playing Legend of the Storm. Delete that game now. Battle Online will open its server tonight. Let's play that game, Reinhardt said excitedly. Yes. Reinhardt, are you awake? What about our gold farming studio if you delete the game? If you really delete the game, we won't even be able to afford the rent. Do you want to sleep on the streets? Faced with Reinhardt's strong request, McCrae was stunned on the spot. Then he nodded with a conflicted expression. Thinking of this, he reached out and clicked on the mouse to open the official website of Battle Online 173. Examination complete. Brain injury. Beginning to treat and bandage your wound. That was a landmark game that could affect the world. 2 years later, He would only be an ordinary player in the European server, yearning to obtain a hidden class or an inherited class like the other low-level players. This scene suddenly reminded Reinhardt of something. 2 years ago, he seemed to have fallen here and broken his head. After taking out the key to open the door, Reinhardt immediately saw his best friend, McCrae, who was cooking noodles. Reinhardt was speechless. After taking out his phone and wallet, Reinhardt was stunned again. Reinhardt's eyes widened when he saw the advertisement. However, if it was all real, it would be too unbelievable. However, all these were not important. He believed that his best friend would understand after experiencing battle online. After arriving at his destination, Reinhardt quickly paid the fare and sprinted towards his residence. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 mechanical arms popped out from both sides of the car door. At the same time, a first aid kit popped out from his right side. "I'm not crazy. I just broke my head. Did you hear what I said?" Thinking of this, he immediately took out his phone and clicked on the contact list. He found his best friend's number and dialed it. "How about this? You enter the game with me for 12 hours first. If you're not satisfied after 12 hours, how about we go back and play Legend of the Storm?" As an old player, he had a huge innate advantage. Apart from remembering some of the mission guides, he also clearly remembered the 2 posts on the forum that shared the process of obtaining an inherited class. Beep beep, don't worry about gold farming. Go play Battle Online as soon as possible and gain an advantage. We'll have endless money, trust me.